Close that real quick. Open Firefox. So can you see everything? It is sort of weird. I really don't know why it's not showing everything. Maybe I need to write English. Okay. So, and this one I know. Creepy ghost stories. That has a long title. I heard a strange radio broadcast from a station that shouldn't exist. I'm a grab but I accident. Jesus. I mean, is that the same channel? No, it isn't. These thumbnails look so similar, yet they're not even the same. A strange man. The Montfort. Which one do we want to see? Be right back. Need to drain the snake. Drain the snake? What is that supposed to mean? Oh. Okay, I need to have the chat open here. Totally forgot about that. CreepsMcPasta. Okay, I guess the ones from him are really good. Because I watched like 2 of these. And they were like really good, so...
Schweppes. Jetzt in der 0,75 Liter Glasflasche.
This one new? This one is like really new. No wonder it was recommended to me last time. So, I need to make it louder for myself.
I cannot stand thunderstorms. The flash of lightning, the roar of thunder, and the sound of heavy rain. Especially storms at night. They're the worst. Because all the elements of the storm combined with the darkness make it even more familiar. I used to be fine with storms, even sort of like them, but now, whenever there is a storm, all those familiar sights and sounds
I'm talking to
remind
see
me of
if
how I lost
everything's
my
working
son.
and if you can hear me.
It happened about a year ago. I was always very close with him. I loved him to death, and he loved me. Even after my wife left, he kept me happy. I was so grateful for him. It was...
Okay, I think you can hear it properly.
very excited young lad. Nothing could break his spirit. We would always do stuff together. Go out to the movies, play games, go on walks, sports, any kind of father-son activity. Hell, we did a lot. But we almost never had any fights either. He was surprisingly nice and kind. He even once donated all $25.27 of his money that he was saving to buy a bike to a children's hospital. Not very many young boys would do such a thing.
Nice guy.
It was about 9 p.m. and there was a huge thunderstorm happening outside. It pounded the windows with rain and lightning frequently lit up the sky. And my son and I were playing around in his room.
By the way, thunderstorms, I was never really afraid of them. But with global warming, there are some really heavy ones that are like really creepy happening, which are sort of concerning. And if it's like really warm and out of nowhere, it comes just like this huge thunderstorm where every 2 seconds something hits anything. That's when it starts to get creepy, especially when it rains like really strongly. But thunderstorms in general are also like really sick. I also like it really, especially with rain. It has something calming to it as well.
One thing we would always do was play around with stuffed animals, doing sort of role plays with them. We happened to be doing that on this particular night. We were playing, laughing, having a good time. He was using Mr. Fluffles. Now, I know it sounds like a ridiculous name, but he was only 4, and on his 4th birthday, he received a big fluffy brown teddy bear. And when we asked him to name it, he simply shouted, "Mr. Fluffles," sending us all into a fit of laughter. At this time, he was 7 years old and still as cheerful as ever. Mr. Fluffles was one of those huge teddy bears you see at the store on Valentine's.
Sorry, I need to check if this is maybe better. So, this could work as well. Or I just do a color that really fits. I'm sorry, I need to get in the real mood for this. Oh, this could work actually. But for me it's still like really bright, and for you it's like really dark still. It's too bright. Nah. Nah, I feel like white mode and just turning the brightness like really low. This works. You had to use the bathroom. Oh. Okay, now I get which snake. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. So. Oh, okay, it's even recording the whole screen, which is good.
Day. You know, the ones as big as a child, that you can hug. He was playing with Mr. Fluffles. He was always his favorite, and was also using a stuffed snake, 2 rabbits, and a mouse, as well as a Mickey Mouse plush, all of which were unnamed.
So he drains the snake as well, apparently.
I used another stuffed snake, a hippo, and 2 dinosaurs. We did a role play involving a bank robbery, where Mr. Fluffles was a detective, and all the others were suspects, and he had to determine which one was the culprit. Our German shepherd, Brody, was asleep in his room and slept through the whole playtime. We both had a great time doing this. He was always very imaginative, much like me when I was his age. But in the middle of our playing, it was suddenly interrupted by a loud bang on his bedroom window. We both jumped. "Daddy, what was that? Should we look?" I said. "I don't know, Leonard. Probably a raccoon or something." He wasn't exactly very brave, and the things like this often did scare him.
I mean, a raccoon would also scare me, to be honest. That's the good thing when you don't live on the first floor. There's nothing that can bang at your window, except if it flies or something. But you still sort of have this fear of it.
Up the blinds on his window and looked out into the dark, rainy backyard. Nothing was there. I didn't have a very far field of view because of the darkness and rain, only being able to see a few feet of the wet leaves on the ground. But I could tell that nothing was out of the ordinary. I dismissed the sound as a twig falling out of the trees and hitting the window, and we went back to our games. We continued to have a good time until we finished about 9:45. This was his bedtime, and after giving in to playing for 5 more minutes, it was time for him to brush his teeth and go to bed, which he complied with. Leonard never did argue much. He always slept hugging Mr. Fluffles. Hell, he loved that bear. After I put him to bed about 5 minutes to 10, I soon followed and went to bed myself. I just started to drift off to the sound of rain and thunder when I heard the same loud bang on my own window. I was immediately wide awake again, and I looked over at the window by my bedside. The blinds were closed, but I could distinctly make out 2 white orbs, about the size of a quarter each, between the 2 blinds. I became instantly paranoid. Hell, I was always a scaredy cat. I tried to dismiss it as reflections, but there was nothing around for light to reflect like that from. I decided to be brave, get out of bed, and pull open the blinds. All I could see was the 2 white orbs outside. There was no doubt about what they were at this point. Eyes. I instantly began to hyperventilate, but I told myself it would just be a raccoon or something perched on my windowsill. But then there was a roar of thunder so loud it shook the window pane, and a bright flash of lightning at the same time briefly illuminated my backyard. The eyes belonged to a tall black creature.
Oh, damn. Like this creep, I hate it when they're like really big as well. Like, it's like it's just a big creature. It's so hard to say something as well to stories like that, because especially when it's like really interesting and you don't want to stop to make it like uninteresting or so, or make jokes about it. You do want to take it seriously, but sometimes I really don't know what to say. I'm just really interested, but so far from me the story isn't creepy, but it gets there.
It was humanoid in shape. It stood on 2 legs and had 2 long arms, and its head was shaped like some kind of dog.
I forgot to change my Twitch thing there. How's it called? The category. How can you relax seeing something like this, especially when you're alone? I mean, if I was him, I wouldn't. But so far, it's not that creepy yet. Wait a second. What did I want to do? Ah, yeah, right. I wanted to change the... Stream manager, there we go. Oh my god, the live notification is still I have COVID. Oh my god, just gets to show how long I haven't been streaming. But let me tell you something, my old house, or yeah, the old house, it was haunted. Sometimes I really feel like this. One time my friend went to the toilet and he was coming back and just being like, okay, someone just coughed like they were dying. And he assumed it was me. But I just didn't cough at all. And there was no one else home there. And I just didn't hear it. And one time, a few times actually, my PlayStation just turned on for some reason. My PlayStation 3. Some nights it just turned on all by itself. It just did. I never really know what it was, but a friend of mine had that as well, so I guess it was sort of a bug. I would have been out of there. And with my friend, I felt like he was just imagining it or something. I mean, it was not something that I heard, so I guess it was not that bad, but something that was really weird sometimes was just sometimes I just heard footsteps. And most of the times at like deep night, and most of the times I assumed someone was just going there. But his footsteps were like deeper and slower and a lot quieter than anyone I knew could have been there. And one time or two times I even checked if there was someone. There was just nobody there. And the footsteps just stopped. Those were some weird things happening in my old house. I mean, I guess you can somewhat explain it maybe. I'm not making this up. Maybe it was just my imagination, could also be. But I would have had security cameras everywhere, night visions. Seriously, one time I had like this horror trip where I watched creepy videos as well. And I just went out with my camera on my phone because I was like, oh my god, let me check. And yeah, nothing on the camera. And I just did this once. Especially, I feel like I wouldn't have I would not be brave enough to film this and rewatch it like multiple times. It was really creepy the first time I did this, and I was glad there was nothing on there. But just the thought of imagine you record it, and then there just is somebody standing there, or just like, oof, I don't know, blurry thing just moving away, or shadow just going away from there, and you know. And you think to yourself, what the fuck happened there? Like seeing that on the video footage, just by replaying it, not seeing it in a moment, and then looking at your phone and seeing this, I think this would be the creepiest shit ever. I think I would be looking at my phone like this, shaking, and being like, I would not be able to move. Imagine still being in that house. And you just look at that on your phone. That is creepy. And you definitely don't want that to happen.
Wolf with those glowing white eyes. I could tell it was crouching to look through the window, but the most terrifying thing about it was that on its hands there were 5 claws that each had to be about 3 feet long. It looked like giant curved knives They looked as they could easily tear me apart, like some combination of the biggest steak knives and eagle talons. I froze in fear, and my heart was bursting out of my chest. I always feared the unknown. When the lightning flash was over, all was dark again, except for the two white eyes still glaring at me. The creature let out a rattling growl. It had to be one of the deepest and most threatening noises I had ever heard. Hearing it sent a chill down my spine, and I swear the windows rattled from it. The eyes began to move sideways, and I heard the sound of footsteps on wet leaves outside. The thing was moving. The eyes moved out of sight, and the footsteps faded away. I tried to calm myself, but then I thought of my son's safety. What if that thing was a threat to him? It looked like it was, with those claws that it had. The thing was clearly some kind of predator, and I knew I had to be brave for my son's safety. I hoped to God that the thing had left when it walked away.
At this moment, I'd be hiding behind you. Also, in a stream that happened multiple times, this door was open and it just closed. I know. No, it opened all by itself. That happened 2 times in the stream. That was also like really creepy. But I know why that happened. It was because the door wasn't really closed. It was open just a little bit, and then the wind blew it open. But at the moment, that was fucked up. At the moment, that was really fucked up. And I didn't even notice it. Fanray wrote it in the chat being like, ghosts. And I was just turning around being like, and he wrote something behind you. I looked behind me and I was like, hey, what's the matter? The door opened by itself. And then I was like, oh, the door really is open. Huh. Then I watched the POV and I was like, oh, that's creepy. I would have had every light turn on. Yeah, but I mean, there was nothing supernatural. It made a whole lot of sense, but it was still creepy, okay? I could make that as a gag, just opening the door just a little bit and see when it opens all by itself. Nah, okay, let's not do that. Especially since my kitchen is really a mess right now.
As much as I didn't want to, I crept through the door and out of my room, out through the corridor and into my living room. The storm was still...
That would be the creepiest thing. Imagine if in my stream someone would just stand behind me, or in my stream something supernatural happens. Everyone would just think that it's fake and that I made it up, and only I know that it's real. That would be sick. That would be really, really creepy.
Going strong, the windows still frequently rattling from the roaring thunder. I immediately began to look out all the windows in the living room, the kitchen, the dining room, and the sliding glass door that led to the backyard porch. I saw no sign of the creature at any of the windows until I got to the sliding glass door. Outside on the porch was our cat, Thomas. He was sitting on the swing on the porch, laying down on the seat and looking through the screen wall out into the rain. He was a strange cat, always loved being on the porch, even through a raging thunderstorm. He would go on the porch whenever he pleased, by going through the cat door installed on the sliding glass door. Sounds like a strange feature, I know. I had it installed custom. Thomas, who was a Maine Coon, looked at me from the swing. He stared at me with his yellow eyes, and I felt somewhat relieved that the thing seemed to have left. But then I heard a scream coming from Leonard's room. My heart fell into the pit of my stomach instantly, and I ran as fast as I could through the living room and down the hall to his bedroom. The door opened and he ran out before I got there. He was carrying Mr. Fluffles with him, the teddy bear flopping around as he ran. It was almost as big as he was. He ran up to me, panting, and choked out. There's a monster outside my window. Then he broke down crying. I hugged him and told him there was no monster. I didn't tell him that I saw the beast myself out my own window, because I didn't want him to be even more scared. You know how fathers always have to act cool about the situation around their sons to soothe them? You know, show no fear. Well, I tried to convince him there was no monster, but he said, "I saw it, Daddy. It really is there. Longclaw's wolf." To try to soothe him, I told him I would check it out myself to show him there's no monster.
And then there's just a monster there.
I looked out the window that had the blinds open. There was nothing there. Nothing except the pounding rain and wet leaves on the ground. Despite the fact that I knew it was still out there, I said, "See? There's no monster." He still wasn't totally convinced, and since I didn't want to send him to bed again for fear of what would happen, I said we could go into the living room to watch TV for a while. That goddamn thunderstorm still showed no sign of stopping. I popped in a movie and we watched while we huddled together. Leonard still hugging Mr. Fluffles. He seemed to calm down a little bit. I think cuddling always seems to calm kids down. And that was another thing I loved about Leonard. But after a few minutes, nothing more out of the ordinary happened.
It makes it even scarier if the rain is coming down, can't see anything. Yeah, definitely. Well, I don't know if the rain makes it worse. I guess everything that's dark makes it creepy as hell. But yeah. Just imagine you have to be... The problem is if you even need to protect someone, but I guess if you have someone with you, it's less creepier even when it's just a little kid. Or maybe it's even more creepier because you need to protect them. I don't know.
Then I remembered Thomas was still on the porch. I wondered if I should bring him in for his safety. I mean, who knows if that creature outside would attack him. I thought this...
Okay, yeah. I need to refill my water and turn the fan on. That does make it creepier being the only protector, yeah. Especially knowing you're just fucked up, you don't know what to do. You're literally as helpless as the kid that you protected. I'm sorry that I have to stand up so many times. Imagine trying to keep the little kids quiet just in case you need to hide. Oh no, no, that's fucked up. Imagine having a baby and it's just crying all the time. Just throw it out. Here, take him, not me. No, I'm just kidding. Emma. Oh, fuck. And one thing. First of all, I'm sorry I have to stand up the whole time. And I have to stand up again real soon because I made hot dogs in my microwave. And it's finished soon. But also, going to the toilet at night. Horrible. Horrible. Just going outside of your room is the worst at that night. At that time. Then going to the toilet and especially flushing it. It's so fucking loud at night. It's so loud, and I hate it so much. It's so loud. And that makes it even creepier. And basically you run back to your bed because you're so scared at that moment.
This was the best thing to do.
Jesus, that
So I
was
told
scared me
Leonard
as
I
well.
was going to bring Thomas inside, and got up and walked to the sliding glass door. Leonard followed me, carrying Mr. Fluffles. Thomas was still sitting on the swing. He turned.
Wait. Okay, that was the microwave. I knew it was the microwave, but after I knew it, it sort of scared me as well. I tried to use the bathroom before that. That makes sense. So I've got some hot dogs. Paranoia kicking in, huh? Not yet, not quite. Not quite. A little bit maybe, but not quite. So I made myself some hot dogs now.
His head to look at us, but before I could open the door, he seemed to be distracted by something. He kept staring out into the rain through the fly screen, as if he was keeping his eye on something out there. You know how alert cats are to what is happening around them. I slid open the door and urged him to come inside, but he just hissed at whatever he was looking at outside. And then suddenly, out of the rain, a black hand with huge curved claws slashed through the screen and grabbed Thomas in one swift move.
Hallo liebe Bewegerinnen und Beweger, hier ist Silvi, eure Mobilitätscheckerin.
Oh my god.
Ich checke heute
Put that
für euch
ugly
aus.
thing away from me.
Thomas
Jesus. Wow, that was creepy.
was swiftly snatched off the swing by the creature. the hand carrying him disappearing back into the rain as soon as it came. And we watched in shock. Thomas screeched an echoing cry into the night, and that was the last we heard from him. Leonard said, "We have to get him back, Daddy." And I said, "Are you crazy? You want to go after that thing?" Leonard always loved that cat, and he summoned up any courage he had and said we needed to go and get him, despite the fact that what we were about to do was suicidal. I was too shocked to protest when he pulled me out onto the porch by the hand. We went over to the hole in the screen where that creature had slashed through. The thing had effortlessly shredded a huge hole into the screen, big enough for a full-grown person to fit through. As we looked through into the storm, our dog, Brody, had just woken up from his nap and followed us onto the porch. He was a loyal dog, but not much of an aggressive one. He was still just over a year old. Brody seemed to smell that something wasn't right, and began sniffing the spot where Thomas had been sitting, and tracked the scent to the hole in the screen. Brody whimpered and stared out into the night, and suddenly we heard a deep growl. I recognized it as the same horrible noise I had heard earlier when I saw that creature outside my window. I heard the sound of thundering footsteps running through the wet leaves. The two glowing white eyes appeared again, and they were getting closer. Brody started barking at it, but the beast started growling and screeching, horrible noises that pierced the night, and the growls were so deep and menacing. The creature ran forward and slashed one of its arms at the screen. Its massive claws ripped apart the whole screen and sent flaps of it flying in all directions. I noticed its claws were covered in blood, and thought dreadfully of Thomas. Brody rushed forward to try to fight it off, but one slash of its massive claws sent Brody flying across the porch. He hit the wall.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. This is something I don't find that creepy. If these monsters from these stories just kills people. I don't know. I don't think it's that creepy. I think it's way creepier when they do something to you if it's like not known what happens to you. If they drag you somewhere and if they drag them somewhere and they're just not to be seen again and you just don't know what happens to them. Or when they drive you to suicide or something. But if they just kill you, I think that's sort of boring. That's nothing I would be afraid of. I mean, in real life, of course, but in the story, that takes it away from me a little bit. Yeah, being dragged away to die. This is my worst nightmare. Nah, dying doesn't get me. Or if the monster makes you become like him or something. That's way creepier, I think. Especially I ate before the stream and I still was so hungry that I couldn't wait until after.
And slid onto the ground, unconscious, and blood started to ooze onto the floor. Leonard screamed and ran back inside. I was the only one left to defend Leonard against this monster, as it easily shredded the metal bottom of the porch walls and got inside the porch.
A slow death is a lot
And
creepier.
sat against the wall. It was very heavy, but with all my strength, I threw it as hard as I could at the beast. The toolbox slammed into the side of its wolf-like head, and the creature snarled and shook it. But this only seemed to annoy it. The thing dug its claws deep into the toolbox and effortlessly tore the thick plastic to shreds and sent tools scattering onto the...
I have to say, I don't really like the story all that much. This doesn't feel like a horror story, really, but more like seeing a wolf outside. I mean, it's probably like a werewolf or something, but so far it just doesn't get me really. And 8 minutes is still a long time. Yeah, the story wasn't too creepy. Jesus.
Jetzt in der 0,75 Liter Glasflasche.
Filmstar Ethan B. Bradley. Niemand in Hollywood tut mehr fürs Klima als er. Zum Beispiel das.
Great.
Has anyone else had a strange man at their door recently? I suppose I need to be more specific. Calling him a strange man doesn't quite do him justice. I found myself thinking of him simply as the strange man, so I might as well keep calling him that. It was late afternoon when I heard a loud but polite set of 3 knocks at my front door. I wasn't expecting anyone, but I just sort of assumed it was a package that needed a signature or something, and I opened the door without checking first. Now, it's really not like me to be so cavalier about home security, but at the time, I just chalked it up to being taken by surprise, and the friendly nature of the knocks putting me off my guard. Standing on my welcome mat was the strange man. He was quite tall, a lanky fellow. In fact, he was taller than the door frame itself. Our height disparity was so severe that I had to crane my neck upwards, and he had to stoop down just so that we could make eye contact. His abnormal...
Okay, this one already starts creepy, not gonna lie. Just imagine looking upwards and he's just facing down at you at nighttime, just a person that you just don't know.
height didn't go unnoticed at the time, but it didn't strike me as all that interesting either. His shabby brown suit was old and tattered, almost like he was a transient in the Great Depression and had jumped off a train in it. His head was disproportionately large and round, and yet lacked any discernible facial features that I could focus on. Now, don't misunderstand me. It's not that he didn't have a face. It was more like when you stare straight at your own face in the mirror for long enough that it starts to melt and warp. Except that his face was always like that. Good day, morn after evening night, dear sir, madame, to you, the strange man said with a courteous nod of his bulbous head. His voice sounded like it was an old cassette tape being played backwards, as if someone had recorded themselves speaking backwards so that it would be intelligible when played in reverse. His voice was the only sound I could focus on, as though all the ambient noise from both within and outside my house had suddenly gone dead quiet. A moment before, there had been birds and insects and children and vehicles and appliances and plumbing all making noise. But now, there was only the strange voice of the strange man. "I am out. May I come in?" he asked as he cocked his head to the side. "I'm assessing eligibility for specific programs offered by the fair folk. Apologies. The fine folks. Of the dire insomnium. There are substantial benefits if you qualify, and only completely tolerable penalties if you do not." He held out his clipboard, which I hadn't noticed before then, so that I could see it, tapping it with his pen a few times. The form had a logo at the top of it that looked like a dream catcher with an eye in the center. But all the text was just a bunch of chaotic glyphs that I couldn't begin to decipher. Well, that certainly looks official, I muttered half-heartedly, unsure of why I was even humoring him. But I don't think I've heard of this insomnium you say you represent. Why would I face penalties for not qualifying for your programs? One cannot offer rewards without the threat of punishment as well, the strange man explained. Well, I suppose that makes sense, I conceded, speaking only because for some reason I couldn't yield to my growing desire to slam the door in his scrambled face. So what sort of penalties are we talking about? Tolerable, as I said. Trivial, in fact. Token, even. He assured me in a calm, soothing tone that was wildly out of sync with the inverted cadence of his speech. Non-financial, if that puts you at ease. Well, it doesn't, quite frankly, I muttered, managing to push the door shut just a little bit. Could you please be a little more specific about exactly what it is I stand to gain and lose from submitting to this survey? Or whatever it is you're here to do? I'm afraid not, as that information would skewer your responses. But I can assure you that the potential rewards outweigh the penalties enough to be worth your while. The strange man insisted. Please, invite me in, so that we may proceed. You can't come in unless I invite you? I asked with a small glimmer of hope, succeeding in shutting the door a little further. I cannot cross the threshold to your domicile without consent, correct, he said with a gentle nod. However, I'm not obliged to move from this spot either. I do not wish to be an imposition longer than necessary, and it would be greatly appreciated if you were to invite me in. I swallowed nervously as I considered my options. I didn't want him in my home, but I didn't want him lingering on my doorstep forever either. Fighting him seemed like an abysmally suicidal idea, so there was nothing left to do but to play along. With a forced smile, I opened the door wide and gestured for him to come inside.
Well, I don't know. Couldn't you just close the door and call the police? Maybe.
Won't you please come inside, sir? I asked in a cheery tone I was sure came across as forced, but if he noticed or cared, he gave no sign. Have your name, please? Unfortunately not, as my superiors haven't been...
My thoughts exactly.
He replied, ducking down as he stepped through the door. He rose to his full height once he was inside, his head rising to a mere sliver below the ceiling, looking a bit like Gandalf from Bag End. Oh, please, won't you sit down? I insisted, concerned that he might unintentionally break something just by moving around. Can I offer you some tea? Just hot water, please. Tea leaves might reveal something about my future that I'd rather not know, he requested. Shutting the door, I gestured for him to take a seat as I went to fetch his water. He took great care as he moved through my house, mindful that his unusual stature and proportions didn't cause any damage. He did, however, leave black footprints of what I assumed was soot on the carpet. He walked over to the curtains and pulled them shut before sitting down, which immediately sent my stomach roiling, as I wondered what it was he intended to do that he didn't want anyone to see. His knees creaked audibly as he lowered himself onto the couch, like old trees in a strong wind, but when he sat down, the couch cushion barely depressed at all, as though he were far lighter than his size would suggest. When I got back with his hot water, I saw that he had set his clipboard down on the coffee table in front of him and was hastily jotting things down in an illegible scrawl. "Are you sure you have enough light to write by?" I asked, gesturing to the window in hopes he would let me pull the curtains back open. "Keen eyes see the truth no matter how dark the world gets," he said in an almost trance-like state, not bothering to...
So far, the story isn't really creepy as well. The way he speaks makes us so... just ruins it. There is supposed to be this creepy guy and he always is talking like this. One must commit 100%. He's so monotone. I mean, the monotone thing makes sense. I think monotone can be creepy, but like the words that he says are just so weird. Do we still want to watch this or do we want to skip to the next thing? Yeah, next one. So far, this isn't a good start. What is that? This is literally a live stream. We were the masked kids. I definitely want to look for something shorter here. That I haven't seen yet. I should have looked through the old family pictures. This one has something really creepy to it. Okay, I think that might be it.
Ich bekomme kein Auge zu. Morgen früh soll es endlich losgehen.
Don't care.
Do you recognize Professor Egghead? He's made his way onto this channel before. If you want to see more
Oh yeah, from him I already watched one,
of his crazy
but not this
adventures,
one.
click the video in the description.
It was
and
really
stop
good.
comment at your own risk. And of course, don't ever refer to him as Mr. Egghead. Watching someone lose their mind is an indescribably painful experience. You know a person, you care enough about them to commit a good chunk of your sanity to their well-being, and then, little by little, they start to slip. What starts off as a quirk soon turns into concern. Day by day, the person you thought you knew drifts away, and all that is left is a husk reminding you of better times. More often than not, that husk is dangerous. When I was young, my father snapped. A mental breakdown, early onset dementia, some clinical curse. We don't know what it was, but he snapped. It took him less than a month to go from slightly paranoid to nearly burning down the house. They took him to a hospital upstate and kept him heavily sedated. Sometimes my mother and sister would go visit him, but I could never bring myself to join them. Whenever I thought about the man, I could smell gasoline. I love my son. I only get to see him every second weekend, but I love him. I love my son, and I am in indescribable pain. It's difficult to balance life and work in my industry. This weekend was meant to be stuck on a 30-minute Zoom call that I was certain would stretch out to a couple hours. My ex-wife refused to reschedule. She insisted the kid could only occupy himself with his iPad. When my 5-hour call with corporate was finished, I came downstairs to finally spend some quality time with my son. But Kenny was gone. All that was left of him was the iPad on the coffee table. That's when I smelled gasoline. I found him sat on the floor of the garage. His little hands were filthy with viscous brown goo. He was covered in flour, and the pack of minced beef I had bought for dinner lay open by his side. By his feet, there was a bowl containing a strange mush of ingredients. It smelled like gasoline. Standing there in that garage, I couldn't help but see Kenny's ancestry. My son looked just like the black and white photographs of my father. I begged him for an explanation, for some inkling of reason for why he was playing with gasoline. For science. That was all he managed to say. That was all the explanation he could provide. When I scolded him for raiding the fridge and playing with things that children shouldn't play with, his apology was equally eloquent. Sorry, Daddy. We ate our delivery Chinese food in complete silence. I tried to let things go, to chalk up my son's strange behaviour to him being 8 rather than some arson gene that skips generations. But I couldn't. After dinner, I tucked Kenny into bed and did my best.
Dang, I wish I could stay home and watch these videos with you, but I need to leave to go eat. That's fine. I'll hopefully see you again. Have a great time, and yeah, thanks for staying.
To read him some Harry Potter, like I usually do when he's visiting. Around the 4th book, The Goblet of Fire. I didn't make it past 2 chapters, but luckily neither did Kenny. Once he was asleep, I went down to the garage and made sure that the 2 jerry cans I own were on the highest shelf possible. To make up for me being busy with work on Saturday, we were meant to drive out to an amusement park on Sunday. I tried to go to bed so that I would be fresh for an early start, but there were far too many thoughts in my head to go to sleep. After tossing and turning for what felt like a decade, I made my way downstairs for a nightcap and a cigarette. As I poured myself my second drink, I noticed my son's iPad on the coffee table. The plastic cover of the tablet was filled with colourful safari animals. The cartoon creatures looked innocent and friendly, but in the back of my mind, I could see those lions and hippos killing. All I could think about was my father. He shared a bloodline like my kid. The word arsonist still burning a hole in the back of my brain. But then, as I picked up the expensive piece of plastic, another thought occurred to me, a much calmer thought. Perhaps my son's unsettling behaviour wasn't the result of a genetic predisposition towards arson. Perhaps the kid was just copying something he saw online. The idea was a breath of fresh air. After I filled up my glass, I grabbed the iPad and checked what my son had been watching. The results of my search were clear immediately. He had been watching something unsettling. Right past the lock screen, I was taken to a website I didn't recognize. www.rarefilms.space.
Cool. Have a great evening. You too, man.
The red chiller font read. The whole page was filled with pixelated clip art that seemed straight from the early 2000s, and the recommended videos tab had thumbnails of what looked like snuff films. It was somewhat discomforting to see that my wife hadn't installed any parental restrictions on the iPad, but the video my son was watching was significantly more unnerving.
Oh, that's so creepy. Just the, I don't know why, but just the thought of like watching a TV show or playing like video games that are haunted or a TV show that is haunted, any technical device, just makes it all so creepy. Like imagine playing a video game and it's not doing what it's supposed to, and you're just in this whole demon world. Just playing a haunted video game or watching something haunted. That's
The Adventures of Professor Egghead in Search of Companionship. The video had the quality of a bad VHS recording of a 90s sitcom. The colours were way off, and the screen seemed to drift off to the side, but through the grainy image, I could make out an office. A woman in a pantsuit was sitting behind a blocky computer monitor. Claire Martin, Adoption Services, read a small plaque on a table. She was typing away at a keyboard, but her attention seemed to be anywhere but on a computer screen. Her eyes kept on drifting towards the camera. The woman was terrified. "No woman will have me, so I have resorted to adoption." There was a horrible smash on the door, but the woman seemed to have been expecting it. She just gently flinched. She knew what was coming. With one more deafening slam, the door came down. He lumbered into the room to a glorious applause from the studio audience. Even as the creature struggled to climb into the chair, the clapping didn't cease. The audience was going insane at the sight of the strange being. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" the lady behind the desk said, when the crowd finally quieted down. The quiver in her voice made it very clear that she was terrified of the being sitting in front of her. "I am Professor Egghead, the greatest scientific mind ever to have existed," the creature screamed, bringing thunderous laughter out of the studio audience. "I have no time for making appointments. I have no time for cues." He was not human. That much was clear. The creature that sat before Claire Martin's desk was not human. He was shaped like an egg, but had the face of a man. His legs impatiently dangled off the chair, and his voice was filled with boundless energy, but his eyes were bloodshot and drooping. Professor Egghead looked like the manifestation of an exhausted nightmare on methamphetamines. "I'm sorry, Mr. Egghead, but you do need to have an appointment to speak to me. If you just..." Claire's voice trailed off. The audience found this very funny. "I am a professor, and I demand to be addressed as such," the egg creature screeched. "I have attended as many universities as there are grains of sand on the beach. You will address me with the honor that I've earned in the field of science." The professor swiped his stubby arms across the desk, sending the plaque and a glass of water clattering to the floor. "I demand you go to the back room and bring me the most intelligent orphan you have. His brain must be as powerful as a nuclear reactor, and he must have the willpower of an ox." The egg creature was already shaking in the chair with neurotic energy. The woman behind the desk spoke softly. as to not excite Professor Egghead further. The audience found this very funny. "I'm sorry, Professor Egghead," she said. "I'm happy to see you right now, but the whole adoption process will take at least up to a year. You'll have to go through an evaluation and get certified before we can even... I do not have a year. I need a child right this instant. There is research to be done, and as powerful as my mind is, I cannot do it all alone. I demand you bring me your brightest infant so that I may raise him as my own." "I'm sorry, sir," she said. "I cannot help you." The egg-shaped nightmare stared at the woman for far too long. Just as I was going to skip the video forward, however, Professor Egghead started to shout again. "Once again, I'm left to solve my own problems. A classic scientific dilemma which no one will help me with. But I promise you this, you bureaucratic jackal. I will no longer be alone. Through my inventive personality, I'll bring a lab assistant to this world." To another rapturous round of applause, the monstrosity dragged itself down to the floor and made for the exit to the office. Just as it was about to waddle through the broken door frame, however, Professor Egghead stopped. "I also promise you this, you fascist paper pusher. When the day of the final experiment comes, when all the science has run out, I will remember you, Claire Martin. I will remember you and how you have attempted to halt my research." The camera focused in on the poor woman's face. Whatever cryptic threat Professor Egghead delivered had real implications for her. Claire wept, and the studio audience found that hilarious. I watched the video as I smoked out on the front porch. By the time the lengthy crime scene came on, my cigarette was long gone. I wanted to understand what madness my son had been watching, but the strange show was starting to get the better of me. I was ready to turn off the iPad, but then the crying woman's face disappeared from the screen. "Welcome to my laboratory. This is where all of my scientific data is consummated." The walking nightmare was now looking straight into the camera. "Let me show you how you can create your own lab assistant to aid you in your scientific pursuits." What Professor Egghead referred to as a laboratory was clearly just a hallway in some broken down Eastern European housing project. Graffiti covered the walls, and the floors were creased in splotches that looked like mold. In the center of the hallway, there was a plastic bucket catching water from a leaking ceiling. The horrid Eggman stood in front of the bucket as if it were an altar. To create our artificial companion, we need ingredients of the highest purity. For the base of our being, we'll need the finest of crushed wheat and mangled flesh. He poured flour into the bucket and then topped it off with browning mints from a plastic bag. "I now present to you," the creature sang as he reached into his lab coat, "the humble egg. This holy symbol of life will force a soul into the body we are about to create." With some effort, the creature crushed the egg in his stubby fingers. A mess of eggshell and yolk dripped down into the bucket. Professor Egghead got to mixing the ingredients, all while keeping direct eye contact with the camera. The video was beyond disturbing, but I understood why Kenny had followed the crazed scientist's instructions. As bloody as those eyes were, as insane as the instructions sounded, there was something eerily convincing behind the Eggman's gaze. "But what is life without fuel, my young scientist friends?" the professor screamed once the eggshells were mixed into the pink goo. "Life without fuel is entropy. Anyone who could read knows that. Our little lab assistant will need sustenance if he's to commit his life to the world of research. A distillate made of plant matter from when the planet was still young. Yes, this is the fuel that will drive the scientific mind. Make sure to preheat your oven as you sculpt your new companion into existence." For a moment, I watched the grotesque mix gasoline into the bucket, but I'd found what I was looking for. My son playing with gasoline wasn't some form of generational curse. Kenny was simply copying what he had seen on the iPad. I shut off the horrible video. The thought that he managed to stumble upon that weird Rare Films website was discomforting, but my mind kept on drifting from parental concerns to the video itself. Something was patently wrong with the video, and it was stealing sleep away from me. That horrible egg-shaped body, those exhausted, bloody eyes. As I rolled in my bed, my mind was occupied with the image of the mad professor. I didn't want to think about him. I didn't want to think about the gasoline, or my father, or the sanity of my son. All I wanted to do was sleep. After struggling for my thoughts for a solid hour, I reached into my bedstand and got some additional sleeping aids. The pills knocked me out quickly, but they didn't clear my mind.
I hate when I just can't say anything, but right now I'm really into the story. I really want to know what happens. I always waited for this like one special thing where I was like, oh shit. So far it just still didn't come.
I dreamt feverish dreams of science and gasoline. I was in the strange abandoned hallway. I was in my garage. I was listening to my father empty jerry cans into the carpet in the living room. The professor screeching, the tears of the adoption woman, the stench of benzene. There was no escaping it. The disturbing footage I had witnessed had clung to my brain and refused to relent. I kept on drifting in and out of consciousness. The fever and the pills were keeping me down, but whenever the egghead appeared in my dreams, my body reflexively dragged me back into reality. It was during one of these half-baked moments of awareness that I decided to go out for a cigarette. It felt like pulling in steam through a thick layer of wall. I could see the smoke coming out of my mouth, but any semblance of nicotine felt 1,000 miles away. Everything felt distant, even though the night was cold and I was standing outside in my boxers. I couldn't register the slightest bit of shiver in my limbs. Even my thoughts felt as if they were completely detached from me. Somewhere at my core, there was a whisper telling me to go back to bed, but it felt dull and wordless. The streetlights outside lit up the neighborhood, but the inside of my house was completely dark. I was aiming to make my way up the stairs to my bedroom, but somehow I found myself standing in the kitchen. In the pitch blackness, my perception of the world shifted to other senses. I could feel something squishing in my palms. I could hear the crunching of eggshells. I could smell. Blind in panic, I struck the light switch. My first instinct was to scream, but when I realized I had a lit cigarette between my lips, I grit my teeth and quickly backed up. On my kitchen counter there was a bowl. Inside of that bowl there was a sculpted creature of terror. Flour, minced beef, eggs, and gasoline. In my feverish state, I had followed the instructions of Professor Egghead to a T.
Oh. Imagine having a nightmare and you just sleep, make everything that he says.
The oven beneath the counter was burning red. I was about to burn down the house. Because of the garbage that had made it onto my son's iPad, I was about to turn into a more successful version of my father. Without thinking, I grabbed the tablet and smashed it against the coffee table. Somewhere in the depths of my being, I believed that if I could destroy the iPad, I could push away what I had seen on its screen. I slammed the tablet against the table until it was nothing but a shattered screen. I would have kept going if it wasn't for the cracked iPad cover that lay on the floor. A shattered piece of plastic with a friendly hippo brought me out of my panicked rage. Once the terror passed, I cleaned up both of the messes. I scrubbed through every inch of the counter and wasted untold amounts of cleaning supplies. But the whole house still smells like gasoline. All I could smell are the memories of my father, and all I can hear is that horrible screeching voice. The sun is almost up. I don't know how I'll explain any of this to Kenny. I don't know how I can even come back from this. All I can do Just give you some advice. Never let your children watch The Adventures of Professor Egghead.
Alright. So you can definitely check out every one of these Creepypasta channels. CreepsMcPasta. Which ones did we watch as well? Creepy Ghost Stories. Yeah, that's also from Creepy Ghost Stories. I will hopefully not forget to put this in the description. Wait, Clash Royale Creepypasta. That's Clash of Clans.
Welcome everyone, my name is Nuke, and just a quick announcement before this video starts. I want to invite you to subscribe to my channel, to check out my other...
Yeah, this video sounds great. Just this terrible microphone, and the video already starts with yeah, start subscribing.
videos, and it will really help me a lot if you like, share, and recommend my channel. With that being said, let's start with the video.
Let's give it a shot at 6 minutes.
It was a Thursday in December 2015. It was very cold. My friends and I usually do something on Fridays, but since it was very cold, we didn't go out that much. One of my closest friends named John, who I played a lot Clash of Clans, he was level 85, he was a Town Hall 8.
Okay, now I can't. Those aren't even proper sentences. The microphone makes it a whole lot worse. Why is it the one of the top search things to exist? Okay, let's watch Nuke's top 5. I love that reaction as the first thing that appears. This one looks really creepy.
Schweppes. Jetzt
And this one is really loud.
5 Liter Glasflasche.
4, 3, 2, 1. Glück beginnt hier.
This may be half an hour, but Nuke's top 5 videos are amazing.
A web ghost caught on camera. Norwegian
This already starts creepy.
ghost. This next scary video is from Norway, where we see 3 girls sitting around playing with a homemade Ouija board. Well, it's either a homemade Ouija board or a Japanese Kokori-san board. It's kinda hard to tell. Anyway, as one girl films, nothing much happens at first, but then things take a very unexpected turn.
Okej, vad heter det? Ska vi filma? Vad ska vi se först? Nej. Åh, vad där kom jag till kostymsätten. Ska man se här först? Vad sa du? Ja, jag tror...
Jesus, look at that, it's already fucking creepy with the glowing eyes.
Se, de må liksom invitere den, da. på en måte. Ok. Stav her.
I'm so afraid already. Oh, this starts so much creepier. Now I'm already afraid. This really is a ghost video that makes me go ah, like a pirate.
Han er på god dagen. Det
Why did it actually scare?
Ok, vet du hva? Nå kan jeg få gå hjem, eller? Nei, jeg tør ikke å gå hjem. Jeg tør ikke. Ta det bort, da. Ikke å ha det her, da. Ja, men dere, nå faen, nå er jo han, nå er ånden her. Nå må dere... Tenk så kommer...
Yeah, but I can't. But it does seem a little fake since they're laughing so much. I wouldn't be laughing, I would fuck off there.
Ta meg da. Fy faen, jeg sitter alene. Faen, og så sitter vinduet også. Kan dere følge meg hjem, eller? Jeg skulle aldri vært med noe der, vet du. Det kommer seriøst sånne lysglimt foran skjermen, altså. Det er dritcreepy.
Did it just knock there?
Nå trodde jeg døra åpnet seg.
Didn't it knock?
Nå trodde jeg døra åpnet seg. Nå trodde jeg døra åpnet seg.
Their eyes are so creepy as well. The eyes is sort of what makes this the creepiest.
Helvete, hele den driten gjør jo. Shit.
Holy fuck.
Jetzt in der 0,75 Liter Glasflasche.
4, 3, 2, 1. Glück beginnt hier.
If there's one thing to be learned from this creepy video, it's that when you're messing with ghosts on a Ouija board, never say, quote, "It's not working," or, quote, "Show us a sign."
True words.
So, do you think this is a scary video of a summoned ghost caught on camera? Or is it just some bored Norwegian girls pulling a prank? Let me know. Viewer videos. You've stopped by viewers and first-time paranormal explorers Salim and Faraz travel to the abandoned Excellencia Hotel Suites in the city of Amman, Jordan. They plan to conduct a nighttime exploration of the creepy 9-story building. The hotel is said to be haunted after a tragic event that happened 5 years ago. A man found his wife cheating on him in a hotel room on the 3rd floor. In a rage, the man took her life and that of her lover. Soon after, the hotel was forced to shut down after receiving a bad reputation, and guests began to claim that they experienced a constant dreadful feeling of being watched. However, Salim and Faraz are more worried about encountering real and very much alive people during their exploration, as they too feel like they're being watched and followed.
Oh, I wonder where this comes from, by the way, this feeling of being watched. Like, this is something that I feel like we really do have a feeling for if we're being watched. I don't know why. I feel like there is really a sense in us that we sort of just have.
When they reached the supposedly haunted 3rd floor, the explorers experienced something downright chilling.
Don't know who did this. It's not cool. This is not cool.
What was there? Dude, I couldn't see anything. And I'm on max quality. There's like, is there like a white figure? To me it just looks like a skull. It came out of nowhere, to be fair, but it doesn't look like a person or anything.
Okay. Since we entered this place, we can't get a good feeling after this. I feel like I'm being followed. So fuck it.
This just screams fake. Exactly where there was someone, he's filming there the whole time and being like, oh, I feel like we're being followed.
Okay. Is the one? Sure. They say this is the one that they got killed in. I'm not planning to go in. I'm not gonna go in. What? Someone was here.
Oh, this is so creepy. Imagine being there. Imagine knowing the story and looking there and just knowing what happened there.
There is more clothes in Are you sure?
Oh my god.
Felt that something was watching them, and when analyzing the footage, a strange, bizarre shape can be seen in a room at the end of the hallway. When Salem pans his camera back to the hallway, nothing there. Then his friend Fares claims to have seen someone in the hotel room where the tragic event took place, and they both just make a run for it. In the last shot, a terrifying figure can be seen watching the two friends from very close by. So did something paranormal chase them out of the hotel? Because just what
This one I really don't know about, but the second one is really creepy.
is this? I leave it up to you to decide. You can watch the full exploration over on the YouTube channel, Salem and Fares, GHT.
But the ads are so annoying.
Schweppes. Jetzt in der 0,75 Liter Glasflasche.
Das hier bist du, wenn du versuchst, mit deinem eigenen Geld an der Börse zu daytraden. Das hier bist du, nachdem Heldenteil dir $50.000.
Now this next spooky video was sent in by Nuke's top 5 viewer Pastor Aaron from Peace Memorial Church in Oregon. Pastor Aaron explains in his email that because of the current global health crisis, he was attempting to record announcements for the church's temporary online services. He's using his phone to record a video when he is interrupted by something that he just can't explain.
Well, hey everybody, Pastor Aaron here. It's my pleasure just to announce that this Sunday will be open. Okay, we've been trying to do this announcement several times today already, and 3 times that podium back there has fallen over on its own, and it's stable. It's not wobbly at all. It's kind of like that.
I don't know. I don't know about this one.
Podium has been wobbling. Okay, so we checked the vent. There's a vent there that is not an air duct that has any forced air at all, so it can't be wobbling from that. There's absolutely no breeze in here. You see by the banner there. There's no air conditioning. It's these things, they're off. I don't know. So I'm just gonna sit here and watch it for a little bit, and we'll see if it does it again. Ooh, that thing's moving. That hasn't moved. That's new. Seriously, nothing else. There's no breeze.
I don't know, it is sort of weird that just the flag pole's moving and not the flag itself, because when there would be wind, then you'd expect the flag to like move, but I don't know, this one seems really fake to me as well.
Pastor Aaron says that he has used the podium for years and it has never once been wobbly or suddenly fallen over. Even stranger, the flagpole next to the podium begins to move on its own as well. The pastor explains that nothing spooky or paranormal has ever happened at the church, but he says that a few times he has been called to help families who were dealing with paranormal events at their homes. So could something have followed Pastor Aaron back to the church? Let me know what you think. This next video was sent in by Nate.
Okay, that was interesting.
Howard from Providence, Utah. Nate says in his email that he and his family moved to their new rental home just 4 months ago, and almost immediately they began to experience very creepy and unexplainable activity. The family hears the unexplained sound of multiple people walking around the house.
Oh god, these eyebrows, that triggers me. Dude. You have to put that away. Doesn't look good.
Doors and cupboards open and close on their own, and lights in the house turn on and off at all hours of the night. After being woken by these bizarre noises several times, the family decided to set up a few security cameras around the home. 2 days later, Nate discovers one of the cameras has recorded something absolutely chilling.
Holy shit.
The lights in the kitchen flicker on and off by themselves as a strange shadow figure appears out of nowhere. Nate is baffled by what they've captured on camera and is worried that the cameras might have somehow triggered whatever might be haunting their new home. But what do you think this could be?
Well, it could also be just a cut.
Let me know down below. Before
Schweppes. Jetzt in der 0,75 Liter Glasflasche.
Hallo zusammen, ich möchte euch heute Swappy vorstellen. Swappy ist ein Unternehmen, das iPhones ankauft und verkauft.
Before we move on to the next video, if you see anything that you think should be included in the top 5, contact us at nukestop5@gmail.com. The kids in the hall.
The ghost has scared my mama.
YouTube channel The Bearded Explorer often finds himself in some of the creepiest abandoned locations in England, but he says he's never been to one as scary as this.
I wonder where the creepy places in Germany, or haunted places. It would be so interesting just going there
A
once.
hospital that was built in 1882 to treat children suffering from horrible infectious diseases. The large structure closed down in the 1980s and has been left to rot ever since. Considering the building's tragic history, it's no wonder that Colin feels a little creeped out as he heads inside completely alone to explore the old hospital. But it gets worse because he starts to hear some very odd sounds.
God, this is really creepy. Do you know what I hate? I love it, but I hate it at the same time, walking around these places on your own, because, I don't know, right now it feels like there's someone like stood right behind me following me. There's not, but it feels like that.
I can't believe these people are doing this all by themselves. This is so incredible to me. Like, where do you get the courage to do that?
What the hell is that?
Why does that scare me, man? That literally jump scared me right now.
Hello?
I mean, when it happens at your home, you can just run into your bed, and be scared there. Well, at least you have your blanket and you're lying in your warm bed and comfortable. And that sort of takes it away from you. But in that situation, imagine being in the middle of a hospital. I wouldn't know where to go. I wouldn't know where to run. I think I wouldn't even be able to go in that deep, to be honest.
Understand.
I mean, I don't even know how deep he's in there, but I don't know. I can't see the exit, so it's too deep for
Colin
me.
gets more and more freaked out by all the unexplained sounds that seem to be coming from somewhere very near him. He decides to just end his exploration, but before he does, he puts his camera down on the ground to get one last standard B-roll shot of himself walking the hospital hall. But instead, he captures something downright chilling.
How many ads do you wanna...
In der 0,75 Liter Glasflasche.
And it's always two. Whoa.
Did you see it? Colin is shocked when he sees what looks like the dark figure of a child standing at the end of the hallway. As he grabs up his camera, he captures just a glimpse of the childlike figure as it disappears into thin air. Just a glimpse of standing. Did you see it?
Sometimes you can only see it when it's like normal speed. Not even then you can see it. Oh no, it was that shadow that scared me first, but I guess it's his own.
Did you see it?
No, I didn't really
Colin
see
is
it.
shocked when he sees what looks like the dark figure of a child standing at the... See it?
Where?
Colin is shocked when he sees
Oh
what
yeah.
looks like the...
Let me see that again.
Did you see it? Colin is shocked when he sees what looks like the dark figure of a child standing at the end of the hallway. As he grabs up his camera, he captures just a glimpse of the childlike figure as it disappears into thin air. Now, some people say that what Colin captured could just be explained away as a shadow or an optical illusion, while others are convinced that he did actually see the apparition of a little boy inside the haunted hospital. So a month later, and after many...
Yeah, for me this looks like a bug as well, or like an optical illusion or a shadow. This doesn't really look like a child to me.
Colin returns to the abandoned hospital again. It probably goes without saying, but it did not.
Would you go there again? Seriously, who would go there again? Well, most people would say no, I wouldn't. Of course I wouldn't. I'm thinking to myself, like, maybe I actually would. Like, just to see if this was real, or if I was just imagining things, or if I find something real there, just to be 100% sure.
Oh
well. Why am I doing this? Why am I here on my own, walking around this abandoned hospital that I saw something? I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a ghost. It wasn't a shadow. I mean, I can show you guys now, right? This is basically where I was standing. This is where I was. The camera was literally there. This is what you saw. Basically that. Now, I heard something. I cracked myself. I ran back here, and as I picked it up, I went like that, and then I saw something.
Imagine it just being there again. I would be so fucking scared.
Something just behind that blue chair. Now, bearing in mind, I saw it with my own eyes.
I would be so scared to look at there again.
I didn't realise I had it on camera, but a lot of you guys were saying it's shadows, it's this, it's that, but you know, I just cannot stress to you enough that this wasn't a shadow. I actually saw something move with my own eyes, and I cannot reenact that. You know, that there is no shadow. I cannot reenact that. You know, that there is no shadow. What the hell was that?
Schweppes. Jetzt in der 0,75 Liter Glasflasche.
This is really symptomatic. I love that she hit just to be seen again. Anyways.
Oh, I think it's just water dripping. As you can tell, I'm probably putting off going up there. But, oh, Jesus Christ. I could just hear noises all around me. Right. Let's do this.
Oh my god, I'm so afraid. Oh my god. No. Fuck that. Fuck that. I would be out of there. I would run once I heard that. I would just run. I would not look back. I would get the fuck out of there. Fuck. A fucking phone ringing and banging.
What the hell was that?
No, you don't go back there. No, you just run when you hear that. After what you saw before.
What the hell was that? I'm sure I heard something. I don't know. What the hell was that?
Oh, is it just me or was there something there? Okay, no, that's just another shadow. Jesus, I'm seeing something in everything.
I felt that I had to come back here and just come here again and just see, you know, try and find a reason, you know, some, like an explanation, if you like, to... have I put? This is weird. I think it is just walk. Okay. Okay, that's scary.
Was
Okay,
it just
that's
me or was
scary.
there something?
I'm pretty sure it is just water dripping, but... Oh. God, this is absolutely... What the... No, I'm hearing noises all around me. I don't know what it is.
Oh my god, I would be so out of there. I would not be in that building right now. I would be gone. I may have come back I would come back maybe if I saw that. Well, after hearing noises everywhere, I would go. I would just fucking go.
Oh, I am just so terrified right now.
Much like his last visit, Colin again hears odd, unexplained noises coming from all around him. He heads up to the hospital's second floor, takes a look around, and then heads back down to the first floor hallway. And that's when things take a terrifying turn.
What is it about this place?
His fucking breathing scared me.
Oh, I hate this place, I really do. Just listen.
Oh my god, what was that?
Just listen.
What is that? Is that just a ball?
A small red ball comes rolling out of one of the hospital rooms and Colin makes a run for it. After all that he's seen and heard at the old abandoned hospital, Colin says he'll never go back alone. You can watch both explorations at the abandoned hospital and many more great Urbex videos over on the YouTube channel, The Bearded Explorer. Mother.
Oh god. Oh, it's Mother 2. Earthbound. I'm going to the toilet again. Alright. It's still bright outside. But I think at nighttime, not even having the light turned on, will be unscary.
Canadian paranormal investigator Jordan from the popular YouTube channel Paranormies sets out on a solo investigation to a small 2-bedroom home in Winnipeg, Canada that is believed to be haunted by a troubled spirit. The house belongs to a man named Anesh who grew up in the home with his mother Manisha. But one day Anesh's beloved mother Manisha fell extremely ill. Refusing to go to the hospital, Manisha passed away on her own bed in the home that she and Anesh shared. Anesh was absolutely devastated when he found her. Struck with intense, debilitating grief, he was unable to call the authorities for 2 days as he mourned. Today, Anesh believes that he made a terrible mistake by waiting so long, as his culture believes that a body must receive a proper burial ritual soon after death, or the spirit could become trapped and unable to move on. Anesh claims that his mother has appeared to him as a white cat, greeting him every day on his way to work. He has also seen his mother standing in his bedroom doorway after waking up in the middle of the night. Anesh says that the home has been so paranormally active that he truly believes the spirit of his mother is trapped inside.
If this is a fake story, and fuck him, Jesus. I never said if I believed in ghosts or paranormal. I wouldn't say I don't believe it, but I wouldn't also quite say I do believe 100% in. Maybe it's 55% I believe in, and 45% I don't.
Paranormal investigator Jordan spends the night at the house in the hopes of helping Manisha's ghost pass on from its earthly bonds. Jordan decides to try a supernatural test. He leaves a motion-activated ball at the top of the stairs in the loft before continuing his investigations downstairs. Later, when he finds himself back at the staircase to the loft, he's in for a chilling surprise.
Okay, I think... Whoa. The ball's going off right now.
Bro, we just had an ad!
4, 3, 2, 1. Glück beginnt hier.
Dude!
Maybe not. Okay, I think... Whoa. The ball's going off right now. Can you touch it again? Thank you for being active and using the equipment. Manisha, one more time, please. Can you touch the motion ball? Whoa. Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. Right when he turned around, I don't know. This seems sort of odd.
Okay. Whoa.
Okay, but that's interesting. Well, it's interesting that you see it from the other perspective as well.
Okay. What?
Oh god.
Now this thing doesn't light up at all.
He checks the upstairs loft but doesn't find any explanation as to how the little ball could have suddenly launched itself down the stairs. When Jordan heads back down, this happens.
I hate these stairs. Whoa. Okay.
Yo.
The door to the attic loft mysteriously closes on its own. Jordan decides to sit down on the bed where Mother Manisha tragically passed away in hopes of communicating with her spirit. What happens next is downright chilling.
Schnaps. Jetzt in der 0,75 Liter Glasflasche.
4, 3, 2, 1. Glück beginnt hier.
Manisha, are you still here, or are you done for the night?
Whoa. I would not go back there.
Manisha? Manisha, if I follow these footsteps, am I gonna find you? Okay. Okay, Manisha. I think it's time that we met face to face, right?
Well, you just run away.
Manisha? Oh! Okay. Hey, Manisha, do you know... If you want me to leave, I'll leave. I thought we were friends.
The bathtub faucet suddenly turns on, and when Jordan checks it out, he finds someone or something standing in the bathtub. Whoever or whatever it is appears to be dressed in red. The figure then disappears from the bathroom, leaving behind only watery footprints that lead down to the basement. When Jordan follows the footprints down, the lid of the washing machine lifts and drops on its own.
Oh!
Then a light bulb next to the washer spontaneously bursts.
Oh yeah, there it is.
A static camera pointing towards the door to the basement and the door to the attic records as Jordan heads back upstairs. Without the investigator knowing, the camera catches something truly bizarre.
Oh, there's a REM pod. Anisha? Oh, there's a REM pod. Anisha?
A shadow figure quickly darts into the living room as Jordan comes around the corner of the basement. So could this be the spirit of Manisha still trapped inside the home she shared with her son? Let me know what you think down in the comments. You can watch this entire two-part investigation with even more terrifying activity and a possible conversation with Manisha's ghost over on the YouTube channel Paranormies.
Well, if this is fake, they put a lot of effort into this.
Schweppes. Jetzt in der 0,75 Liter Glasflasche.
But I mean, they're called Paranormies.
3, 2, 1. Glück beginnt hier.
They are called Paranormies, which means their whole concept is made for paranormal stuff.
Hide and seek. Jordanian ghost hunter Ahmad Salih sets out to investigate a home that's been terrorized by
this is what makes me skeptical
extreme
again.
Paranormal activity. The father of the family who lives in the house reached out to Ahmad, claiming to have seen the apparition of a little boy. He says the child spirit plays with his daughter's toys, often screaming and throwing fits of rage. The family believes the boy to be a dangerous shape-shifting jinn, and they feel that it is no longer safe to live in their home. Ahmad stays overnight as he tries to get answers for the terrified family. He streams his investigation live on Snapchat. As the investigator walks around the house, nothing much seems to happen. So he puts down his phone and decides to walk away from it, hoping something might appear while he's not observing. His live audience is shocked by what the phone captures.
أنا ما راح أطلع، أنا بدي أشوف الغرفة هاي، طب يطلع ولا لا؟ هاي بعيد عنها. راح أشوف على الكاميرا راح يطلع ولا لا؟ إذا صوتي مسموع كويس، تبعتوا لي إنه صوت كويس. راح يتأكد لما تفصل السناب الكامل بدي أشوف أنا راح يطلع ولا ما راح يطلع.
Yo.
Ahmad is looking away and has no idea that the little boy has made a chilling appearance. Unaware of the lurking jinn, Ahmad records himself as he steps inside the same room, right next to the figure. Surprisingly, the explorer still doesn't see anything, but his live audience does.
Schweppes. Jetzt in der 0,75 Liter Glasflasche.
Liebe Anne.
And it's always the same ads.
Früh soll es endlich losgehen.
But okay, that could actually just be the shadow of a child. He could literally have a child and say, hey, do a few motions here and there.
راح يطلع موبايل ولا ما راح يطلع؟ الكاميرا كشاف عندي. ولا بلا وهي هيك انا كمان وبرضه وانا كان حاط الوجه
Wow. That was creepy. Yo, there's just his head there. See, this is what I'd be afraid of. Imagine that happening in my live stream. I mean, I guess it's not that creepy for you, but for me it would be fucking creepy.
ولك لفي هيو قسما بالله هيو ورب الكون طلع.
Ahmad is shocked when he finally sees the boy. He quickly grabs his phone and hurries inside the room, but there's no one there. And from here,
well, I don't know. This could be an actual
paranormal
child.
activity only intensifies. A few moments later, and this happens.
هيو ايه أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طب الولد هون والله خليني أشوف الولد أول شيء. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم.
Something makes another quick appearance, and Ahmad suddenly hears a loud slamming sound in the other room. When he goes to check it out, again, there's nothing there. Ahmad is baffled and continues to search throughout the house.
بحكي عليه أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. هوا الولد طلع كل مرة. طب يعني هو بيحكي لي إنه امبارح بالليل صرخ. معقول هو مش عارف أنا بلشت ألتخم كثير بحياة رب الكون.
Again, the boy shows himself. Ahmad runs to find the child, but he has disappeared yet again. So did the investigator capture the jinn that is said to haunt the family? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Thanks.
The fact that it's in a live stream makes it so much more believable, but it's still like, damn. Whew, that is interesting. So let me test something real quick.
Gucke, immer 100. Oh damn, Chrome is still open. So let's see here.
Without scariest TikTok ghost videos of
Oh, top 20. That's interesting.
hiding in
Of
the
the
dark.
year, even.
TikTok user Pershka recorded a quick video intending to show her noisy ice machine on TikTok. But when she was about to post it, she noticed something truly chilling.
Yo. Do you see that? It's a fucking little girl. Oh my god. Stuff like that gives me the chills.
Did you see it? Right before she flips on the light switch, what looks like a little girl can be seen standing right next to the ice machine. But as the light turns on, no one there. Is it just a trick of the light? Or could it be a TikTok hoax?
But I get the ghost in my
I leave
house.
it to you to decide. Red door, yellow door. Natalie J and her friends are playing the scary sleepover game, Red Door, Yellow Door. Now, if you want to try it, you'll just have to look that up on your own. But I will say that one of the rules of the game is that if you see someone while in the supposed, quote, trance state, you are never supposed to talk to them, as it is said that it's not a real person, but an evil presence.
Red door, yellow door, any other color door. 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 What do you see?
It's like a purple door, red door, and a yellow one.
Are you in the room?
Yeah. Oh shoot. I'm on the street.
Oh no. No, you better wake him up. Wake him up.
Holy fuck.
Wake him up.
Now, I'm not even gonna try to pretend that I know what's going on here. I'll only say that if this is all a hoax, then that was some pretty impressive acting, because that seemed like a legitimate freak out.
Yeah, it's not bad, but I don't know. This is like really easy to fake. This could literally anybody do.
Oh no. No, you better wake him up. Wake him up.
You can watch the 2-part video series on Natalie J's TikTok.
I mean, that doesn't even necessarily have to be something paranormal. It could also just be like him having a trauma and by closing his eyes and imagining stuff. This is just what comes to him. And I'm gonna turn the fan off, I guess. I really hope it's not gonna be too warm. Oh my god, it's warm already. I'm gonna get myself something to drink again. The water was not cold enough yet.
The creeper with claws. TikTok user, your mom's undies. Let's just take a second for the giggles to pass. Alright. Anyway,
Alright.
she claims that she is usually unaffected by anything scary that she watches on the internet or TV. But when her uncle sent her this video captured at his apartment in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, she was shocked.
Yo. That looks like a 16-year-old boy.
The family claims that they've been tormented by frequent paranormal activity for the entire 4 years that they have lived in this apartment. But they say they've never captured anything like this before. What terrifies the family even more is that the dark figure, which appears to have claws for hands, can be seen coming out of their sleeping baby's bedroom. When they received the notification of captured movement caught by their security camera, they say they immediately fled the apartment to stay at their parents' home.
Oh yes, I would be too.
So did the family capture some dark entity on camera? You decide. On the road. TikTok user Sherman O'Neill worked at a local trucking company in Fort Smith, Arkansas. He says that one night one of the truck drivers captured strange footage on a highway outside of Ada, Oklahoma.
I hate eating bread untoasted, by the way, but I really don't. Want to wait for it to be toasted.
Many people, including children, have tragically lost their lives on the two busy highways running through the small town. Sherman and his workmates can be seen watching the dashcam footage from the truck. They are shocked by what they see.
27 there. Yeah. Let it roll. Come on. Come on, let it roll. Right there. Whoa.
The truck driver barely manages to avoid hitting what seems to be a small child that appears out of thin air. But it gets even creepier, because the driver says that he immediately stopped the large truck on the side of the road after this incident. He looked everywhere for the child. He found nothing. He called local police, but again, there were no reports of lost or missing children anywhere in the area. So, is this a ghost caught on camera? Or a completely random, unexplained child on a dark highway in the middle of the night and in the middle of nowhere?
I think this video I knew before, but just this clip, like not the whole Nuke's top 5 video, but this one I've already seen, I feel like.
Let me know what you think. Just over your shoulder. TikTok user Alicia Nguyen is alone in her bathroom to record a TikTok video when she captures something truly terrifying.
Whoa, oh my god, it's so close. Okay, that right there gave me the chills. Jesus Christ.
While Alicia switches back and forth from a reflection to herself, what looks to be the figure of a child appears behind her, and then, just as quickly, disappears. Alicia has no idea who or what the mysterious figure could have been.
To me, this even looked like an adult.
Alicia has no idea, then, just as quickly, disappears. Alicia has
I thought there was a figure right there as well.
no idea who or what the mysterious figure could have been. So is it a ghost? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. The Night Visitor. TikTok user Amanda Angelo is watching YouTube very late at night in her bedroom that she shares with her sister Alexis. Alexis gets up to go to the bathroom, but when she returns, something is just not quite right.
Lexi? 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 Hey! Stop staring at me like that! Alexis! Yo, you're starting to freak me the f out! Mom! Mom! Mom!
I would be so fucking scared.
Stop! Why are you crying? Hello? Lexi? Mom! She's just standing here staring at me. Max. Hey. Hey, go lay down.
Now, of course, the simple explanation for Alexis' unnerving behavior is likely that she was simply sleepwalking. However, many TikTok viewers believe that she might have actually been possessed.
Nah, she just possessed. Yeah, that user here, the Nizuko weirdo. Yeah, he definitely believed she was possessed. That seems like he or she legitimately thought that. Nah, she just possessed.
By a ghost, or
that one right there as well.
That she might have actually been.
That got possessed. Yo, I just got 4,303 likes.
Possessed by a ghost or demon. Especially since Amanda claims that the event happened at 3 a.m., which is said to be the hour when supernatural beings are the most powerful.
No, it's 0 a.m. When did it turn to 3 a.m.? It was never 3 a.m. It has always been 0 a.m. I don't know why this whole 3 a.m. thing. When did this happen? When did 3 a.m. turn into the ghost hour? I really don't know. I mean, it used to be fucking 0 a.m. all the time.
Either way, it's worth mentioning that I believe that this video is 100% real. Well, let me clarify that. I believe that Alexis is definitely sleepwalking. Not necessarily that she's possessed.
Yeah.
But if you watch closely, Alexis doesn't blink a single time in this entire video, even though a bright flashlight is shining right into her face. In fact, Alexis keeps her eyes open for so long that they actually begin to tear up. So, what would you do if—
Oh shit. That's really creepy.
One of your family members suddenly walked into your bedroom at 3 a.m. and just started staring at you? Paranormal or not, this video is downright creepy. Hide her in the house. Chilean TikTok user Franco Villegas claims that lately odd supernatural activity has been occurring in his home. He says that he's seen unexplained shadows, experienced sleep paralysis, and most bizarre of all, he says that some unseen thing actually bit him on the back.
Oh, fuck.
Franco decides to set up a small CCTV camera to record himself as he sleeps.
If a ghost bites you, then you become a ghost. It's a rule. Why am I still making fun of this? I think this is legitimately really creepy. I think it's so interesting. I think it's so interesting. Okay, no, that was just a joke, the last one, but I think it's so interesting when these stories add up, sort of, and when, I don't know, the scratches and biting thing, and the way the ghosts behave in these videos, I think it's really interesting that they're all so similar. I mean, it could just be that they looked at, that they copy what they saw. I legitimately thought there was a shadow right now. That was scary. But yeah, I think it's really interesting how similar they all are. Sometimes. Most of the time. I mean, they could, like I said, only be copying each other. And you could also say that, why do these ghosts always behave the same? That doesn't make sense at all, but I think this makes it more realistic even. Most of the stories sort of are pretty similar. Oh, that dog haunted. Look, he only has one eye all of a sudden. Oh, is that a cat? What is that?
A blurry white figure seems to appear on camera. Oddly enough, whatever it is doesn't seem to upset or excite Franco's dog. It continues to sleep through the entire incident. 3 days later, Franco's bedsheet is pulled off by something. But it doesn't end there. 2 days later, on April 30th, Franco Villegas starts to hear...
Oh, that's so creepy. Imagine that happened to all of us. We just didn't notice.
Knocking on his bedroom door.
Bueno, son las 1 de la mañana, casi. Y nada, para ser concreto, como ven, no tengo audio ni música en el video porque nada, me golpearon la puerta muy fuerte y estoy solo. Despertamos todos los gatos y están todos muy fijos en la puerta, así que voy a mover la cámara apuntando hacia allá. Veremos mañana en la mañana o en la madrugada si capto algo.
So, Franco changes the angle of the CCTV camera to point towards his door. 5 days go by without incident. But on May 5th, as Franco sleeps, his security camera catches something truly chilling.
What's chilling about that? It's just...
The camera records what seems to be the pale face of a girl peeking into Franco's room as he sleeps. In desperation, Franco asks his TikTok viewers for advice on what to do about the...
Holy fuck. Oh, I just wanted to make a joke and then this fucking... Oh my god, that is creepy. I really didn't expect that to happen now. I thought, okay, yeah, the door goes open all by itself, but... Holy fuck. I wonder when ghosts are real. Why? I wonder if they do this on purpose. Or if they genuinely just don't want to be seen and that's why they hide. Like they want to stay in shadows, but they also sort of want to roam or hunt something. And they don't want to be seen, and that's why they're so careful and peeking around corners and everything. Just to see the camera and just go away immediately or close the door again. Or if they sort of want this, they want to scare people or want this to happen so that they see it. But just this teasing wise and not showing everything. Just to creep them out.
Strange spirit that seems to haunt his home. One viewer recommends an odd sort of seance, saying that Franco should try talking to the spirit while holding a candle in front of a mirror.
Estoy solo acá en el baño, como me dijeron.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
La vela hay un espejo y iba a poder hablar con ella.
Oh god, this is gonna be so creepy. I'm gonna die.
Amiga,
I'm
por
gonna
favor, te
shit my pants.
pido que me dejes solo. Te lo pido, por favor. Ah, conchetumare.
Now, I'm certainly not saying that this footage is real.
Whoa.
What makes it more compelling is that Franco clearly shows that the bathtub is empty and that he's alone only seconds before the girl appears. One night, Franco is filming one of his cats playing, and what happens is that the back with this
Ah, por favor, te pido que me dejes solo. Te lo pido, por favor. Ah, conchetumare.
She's just being like, hello. Hi. Can you please leave me alone? Hi. That ghost is sort of sweet. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck off. Oh my god. I love that he's being and I love his reaction as well. Like he's being like, could you please leave me alone? Motherfucker!
Now, I'm certainly not saying that this footage is real, but what makes it more compelling is that Franco clearly shows that the bathtub is empty and that he's alone only seconds before the girl appears.
I like that Nuke himself is like really skeptical about this. I really love this.
One night, Franco is filming one of his cats.
But he's also not like saying that, nah, it's 100% fake. Only to some clips he is. And I think that's really nice about him.
Is playing. And what happens next is truly bizarre.
Hay ruido en el primer piso.
Holy shit. Imagine seeing that. Imagine seeing that thing coming right towards you. I would fucking die. I would fall unconscious. Seriously. Seriously, what the fuck? I would be so fucking scared. Yo. Surely he just runs. Ah! Oh my god, that run! Oh my god, you fucking... Oh shit. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god, my heart is pounding right now. Jesus Christ. Hello, Fenry. Welcome back. My heart is just being like... Fuck, man. Oh my god, please don't do this again. I don't want to die. Fuck. Almost killed you. Yes, you did. Maybe I will make a clip of that. Oh my god. That was so scary right now.
Hey, hey! No way.
Especially with this creepy thing, look at that. Look at just how creepy that looks.
Hey, hey!
Okay, you can't see it there, but...
No way.
So, is Franco Villegas'
Just look at that thing. It looks so fucking terrifying.
house truly haunted? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. You can follow Franco's continuing story
You definitely woke me up there, Fenry.
over on his TikTok page. Something still remains. German TikTok user Arvin.d
Oh, German. Let's go.
travels to the hometown of one of the most well-known exorcism cases of all.
Oh wait, what was that?
Arvin.de travels to the hometown of one of the most well-known exorcism.
Granizid. Wait, what? Klügenberg.
Cases of
Oh, Klingenberg, I think it was.
Arvin.de travels to the hometown of one of the most well-known exorcism cases of
Klingenberg. Großheubach.
all time, that of Annalise Mickles. In 1975, Annalise Mickles' family claimed that she demonstrated strange behavior and dark supernatural abilities. Even Annalise herself claimed that she was possessed by a demon. The church was called in, and Annalise Mickles went through a total of 67 exorcisms. She passed away under mysterious circumstances in her home at the age of 23.
Oh shit. Oh, imagine just having these exorcisms and then just dying. I mean, seeing someone having that's so fucking creepy. I would be 100% convinced. Jesus Christ, it scared me right there. What happened? Why is there so much stuff happening right now?
Arvin finds a cat
Now I really start getting really paranoid.
that is said to have belonged to the Mickles family. When he
I mean, I paused the video and it just loaded. What the
inside
fuck?
the cabin for his TikTok page, he has no.
Let me tell you, it's 7 p.m. right now, almost 8 p.m. So it's not nighttime at all, and I'm already shitting my pants here.
idea that he's being watched by something.
Fenray.
Did you see it? When Arvin pans his camera, a face can be seen quickly moving away from
Oh my god.
Arvin pans his camera, a face can be seen
Fuck.
quickly moving away from a hole in the cabin ceiling.
That doesn't look like a ghost though, it just looks like a normal person.
Arvin says he has no idea what this creepy face could be, and he only noticed it after TikTok viewers pointed it out. So, is it a real face? Is it a trick of the light? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Wall crawler. TikTok user Ashley Rain has only ever posted videos of her family and all of their cute cats. But this next video is completely different from anything she has ever posted before. Ashley claims that late one night their motion-activated security camera caught something truly bizarre.
Holy shit. I mean, the quality is just so terrible, but holy shit. That looks like Death himself. Yo.
One of Ashley's cats.
I always think it's so interesting when pets just interact with this. I mean, of course, she could just see that the cat was looking outside, or just in that room there was something, and later on, because the cat looked there, they edited this thing so it looks like the cat looks at that thing, but they just edited it in, but it's still...
Cat seems to be staring at a bizarre translucent apparition with glowing eyes that appears to be staring right back at the cat. At first glance, it just looks like the cat's owner playing peekaboo. But then the pale figure suddenly just floats up toward the ceiling before vanishing into thin air. Curious TikTok commenters believe Ashley's cat might have been trying to protect the home from an unwanted dark entity. Ashley says that
How did this cat protect the home? What
the
did it
family
do?
has since moved to a new home and is happy to be out of their old house for good. But is it real, or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Before we move on to the next video, at gmail.com,
Oh, yeah.
anything that you think should be included in the top 5, contact us at nukestop5@gmail.com. Peekaboo.
Yeah. So if you have any ghostly activities, you can go to Nuke.5 and send him a mail.
Anonymous TikTok user Haunted Wesley Manor claims that he works as a building maintenance man for a large apartment complex that was built in the late 1700s. Now, back in those days, the basement of the building contained cheap live-in apartments for hundreds of poor occupants. But now, after years of restorations and remodeling, the basement is left empty and abandoned. TikTok user Haunted Wesley Manor says that many of his co-workers and even current residents of the building have heard and seen some very strange things. In fact, after many residents started reporting that they heard crying, giggling, and even screaming coming from the basement, the anonymous TikTok user and building maintenance man was forced to start checking out the creepy basement for intruders on a regular basis. He
Oh
records
yeah,
his
I would love to do
experiences
that.
and shares them on TikTok. His curious TikTok followers believe that the spirits of restless children might actually haunt the basement, and they request that the TikTok user leave a toy in the basement. So he does, and that's when things get truly bizarre.
I brought a little toy. Hopefully the ghost likes it. I think it's a child. Hearing a lot of...
Even when I was a ghost child, I wouldn't like this. It's just a fucking car, a stupid one. Like, this is not the kind of car you want to play it as a child.
stuff down here. No.
The toy truck suddenly turns on as if someone or something touched it. After this creepy experience, the activity in the basement only seems to intensify. The TikToker begins to hear movements and giggling when he goes down on his daily inspections. And then, one day, he captures something downright chilling.
Oh my god, this just doesn't stop. Jesus.
TikToker from behind a wall, and then the video
This video also seems familiar.
cuts out. So is it real, or is it all just an elaborate TikTok hoax? You decide. Unwelcome guest. In another video, TikTok user Maddie Bark believes that a dark entity followed her home after she went on a paranormal investigation at a cemetery. She says that she's seen something strange in her yard on a regular basis, and that, whatever it is, it appears to be getting closer and closer to her house. One night, she's shocked when something appears right at her front door.
Maggie? Maggie? Oh my god. Maggie? What the fuck? Oh my god. Did you just move? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh my god. Jesus, no. No. Shit, no.
See it out there? Do you see it? No, I don't see anything. Her clock closer. It looked like it turned and walked away. The only place it could have gone is through this.
A pale, translucent figure can be seen looking into the window of Maddie's front door. It then seems to move to the side and suddenly disappear into thin air. Maddie and her sister open the front door, but no one there. What makes this footage even stranger is that there's nowhere for this mysterious figure to have gone. There are several steps up and a tall guardrail right beside the door. So again, is it real?
Yeah, how did she
As
move?
always, I leave it up to you to decide. Waiting in the wings. TikTok user Bailey is the operations manager of an old theater that dates all the way back to the early 1900s. Bailey claims that the theater is extremely haunted, with strange sightings and unexplained voices occurring on a daily basis. Now, for security reasons, Bailey decided not to share the name of the theater on TikTok. But after some digging, I was able to find the name and the location of the theater. However, I will respect Bailey's wishes and I won't share it here. But I do think it's worth noting that the theater has a very haunted past. People believe the theater's founder, who passed away 60 years ago, haunts the Playhouse to this day, still looking after his theater. One night when Bailey is alone in the Playhouse, he captures something horrifying.
Alright guys, so I work at this old theater and been hearing a noise. It's a really beautiful theater, as you can see, if you can see it at all. But I keep hearing a noise in here and there's not supposed to be anybody here, so just double checking, but I wanted to film it. Just in case. There's the ghost light. It's a light we keep on for ghosts, for people who still remain here and whatnot, and what the what is that? Hold on, let me get a better look.
The creepy figure of a man wearing a suit can be seen in the theater's old private balcony. Bailey says he's the only one who has access to the area where the apparition can be seen, so no one could have been up there. So could this be the ghost of the theater's founder still wandering around and keeping an eye on the place? Let me know what you think.
This looks like a mannequin.
Under the bed. Let me know what you think. Something under the bed. Parents Josh and Sarah from Nashville, Tennessee had never posted anything related to the paranormal on either one of their TikTok pages. That is until one night when Sarah and Josh discover something very strange on their bedroom security camera. Sarah is fast asleep in bed with her daughter Emma when this happens.
I didn't see anything.
Little Emma is sleeping peacefully with her doll when it inexplicably moves on its own. But creepiest of all, the child's shirt appears to be getting tugged by something that's just not there. Dad Josh believes the strange event to be something paranormal, but his wife Sarah is still skeptical. But it gets even creepier. Because late one night, Josh is at work and Sarah is fast asleep. Just around midnight, the baby monitor in Emma's bedroom records something terrifying.
Oh, baby monitors. These cams are never creepy. What the hell?
The TV in the room is on and little Emma is awake and seems to be curious about something underneath her bed. When she goes to
What?
investigate, the little girl appears to be getting pulled underneath the bed. Emma starts to cry and yells out for her mother, who soon wakes up and comes to her rescue. But just what happened to little Emma?
Oh my god. That is literally the child's nightmare. Oh my god. This is so weird. Oh my god. I would show this to her when she's an adult. Imagine imagine your parents showing you this and being like, yeah, that happened when you were a child, by the way. I would be so fucking freaked out. Like, what the hell? Like, how did this... The fact that she screams out for her mother makes this even more weird and creepy.
Emma is unclear. Josh explains that he has no idea what happened to his daughter. He shows in a video that the space under Emma's bed is too small for anyone to have been hiding under there. So what do you think happened?
What the hell? What? But is it just me, or does this space look like really big?
Could it be that some... So what space under Emma's bed is too... Has no idea what happened to his daughter. He shows in a video that the space under Emma's bed is too small for anyone to have been hiding under there. So what do you think happened to little Emma? Could it be that some dark presence has attached itself to the toddler? Or just what is going on here? Let me know what you think.
I would definitely be afraid to go under the bed.
Night Watchman. In this next video, TikTok user Fernando Victor Olive is working the night shift with his fellow workers at a train yard. Around 3:30 a.m., he decides to record a few videos to show what the night shift at the train yard is like. But after he uploads the videos, his viewers notice something in one of the clips. Something shocking. It looks as if someone is standing in one of the train doors. Now again, this train is locked and parked in the train yard in the middle of the night. It is supposed to be completely empty. So who or what is this? Now what makes this video even more compelling is the fact that Fernando has never posted any other video related to the paranormal on his TikTok. So could this figure be something supernatural? Or could it just be a very strange trick of the light? You decide.
Yeah, it could be a trick of the light, or someone who killed himself under a train.
Invisible friend. TikTok user Luan, also known as Joshua Luck from Mexico, had a TikTok account dedicated entirely to his 2-year-old son. Luan operates a general store on the first floor of his house that he shares with his wife and children. Then one day, Luan's video content drastically changes as his 2-year-old son begins to claim that he sees what he describes as a terrifying invisible child. This alleged invisible child scares Luan's son so much that he often cries in fear. Luan says that he doesn't see anything, but he says he has experienced a few strange incidents with things around the house seeming to move on their own. Then late one night at 4 in the morning, Luan is awoken by unexplained loud noises coming from downstairs. Thinking his store is getting robbed, he records everything as he runs downstairs.
Buenos amigos, bajé porque empezamos a escuchar ruidos y vine a dar una vuelta. Tenía miedo de que estuvieran abriendo la tienda o algo así, pero no. Vean, no hay nada.
Yo.
Ah, cabrón. ¿Sí vieron? No sé qué pasó, pero mejor me voy, le digo a mi esposa, porque esta chingadera se movió sola. Ya me está dando cosita. Eso es muy raro.
For the first time, Luan captures something on camera that he can't explain. A chair moves on its own. Over the next few days, the unexplained activity seems to intensify every single night. Things fall off shelves without explanation. The family starts to hear whispers, and late at night they hear a light tapping sound coming from inside their bedroom closet. One night when the knocking sound from inside the closet becomes terrifyingly loud, Luan once again decides to record to collect proof.
Hicimos grabar ahorita porque se está escuchando algo en el closet. Dios mío, ¿qué es eso? ¿Hay alguien ahí? ¿Quieres algo? ¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué es eso? No inventes, ¿qué es eso? ¿Qué es? Se abrió.
Oh my god.
Espérate, cálmate. ¿Hay alguien ahí? ¿Te podemos ayudar? ¿Necesitas algo? Dinos. ¿Se asomó alguien? Alúzame. ¿Necesitas algo? Dinos.
Whoa!
¿Necesitas
Oh
algo?
my god.
Dinos.
What the fuck was that? I didn't see it the first time.
¿Podemos ayudar? ¿Necesitas algo?
I think there is a feature where you can go frame by frame. What the fuck? Jesus, that's so creepy.
Dinos, se asomó alguien. Alúzame. Espera. Espérate, alúzame. No hay nada, mira, no hay nada. No sé. ¿Sabes qué? Vamos con los niños. Yo creo, mira. Aquí no hay. Vamos con los niños. Yo creo, mira. Aquí no hay nada. De este lado tampoco hay nada. Aquí tampoco. Vámonos con los niños, vente.
Luan and his wife are lying in bed when the closet door swings open on its own. Then something seems to peek out at them from inside the closet. Luan rushes over to look inside, but there's nothing there. His wife seems legitimately terrified. They take the kids and leave the home for the night. Of course, eventually Luan and his family have to return, so they decide to do an overnight recording session, hoping to catch some evidence of the strange activity in their home. What they capture is downright chilling.
No inventes, mira todo lo que se cayó, se cayeron cosas, mija. ¿Ya prendiste tu cámara?
Sí, ya estoy grabando. Deja grabo acá de este lado donde se cayó el refresco, juguete, el control.
Sí, a ver, dame chancita para...
El refresco, juguete, el control.
Is it that shadow right there?
Sí, a ver, dame chancita para yo grabar. Si quieres, graba ahí donde se ve, donde está oscuro, allá donde están las papas.
Deja prendo la luz.
Bueno, está bien. Voltar para allá.
Es que está muy oscuro y luego, ¿qué tal si veo algo?
Ay, aquí estoy yo, me dices, tranquila.
Ay, no. Mejor tú graba de este lado y yo me voy y grabo de este otro donde está la cuna.
Bueno, a ver, cámbiate.
Es que mira, también acá está oscuro.
Did you see it? Luan claims that his phone battery died right at the moment he captured something terrifying on camera. A face with glowing eyes is staring right at them from the entrance of the store. But the bizarre activity didn't end there. On another night, Luan hears something knocking on their door. He turns on all the lights and once again starts recording.
Buenas noches, amigos. Me tocaron la puerta. Este carrito estaba en el sillón, se cayó. Como saben, me duermo a veces en la sala, pues porque me siento nervioso. No hay nadie aquí afuera. También he prendido la luz, pues para sentirme un poquito más seguro. Se escuchan ruidos. Se han escuchado murmullos aquí en el baño. No sé si será de aquí. Como pueden ver, está vacío. Vénganse por acá. Vamos a checar si de acá vienen. No, está todo tranquilo. Vamos a ver si aquí de la tienda. Aquí dentro de la tienda. Parece que aquí no es. Sí, eran acá. Vengan, vamos a ver. No, aquí no son. Vénganse, vámonos por acá.
Oh my god.
No, aquí no son. Vénganse, vámonos por acá. No sé qué está pasando.
Oh, imagine that happening to you. That must be so terrifying and so frustrating because nobody believes you that.
Mejor vámonos, vengan, vengan. Me siento nervioso, vámonos.
As he pans his camera, someone or something with long dark hair seems to quickly move away and out of sight. But nothing compares to what happens on the night of October 18th, when Lawan goes to the restroom.
Another encounter, what the fuck? How many times did he see this ghost? And how many times did he caught it on camera? Jesus. But the first time in the closet it looked like a totally different ghost, I feel like.
Something knocks on his bathroom door. That's when things get truly bizarre.
Truly bizarre. He didn't say it in a long time.
Me estaba tocando la puerta. Me siento muy nervioso, no sé qué hacer. Tocaron otra vez.
Imagine they knocked. You just slam open the door. And then he's just standing right in front of you. Right when you want to run. Oh my god, what's happening there? Imagine just... And then it just stands in front of you and you're by being like, what the fuck?
Se tira el Florida. Se ve una sombra. Mira, se está moviendo esto. Pero no hay nada aquí. No hay nada aquí. De este lado. Se ve una sombra, se ve una sombra. No sé qué hacer, amigo.
Oh, it become crazy. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me?
Estoy un poco nervioso. Estoy un poco...
Do you want to tell me that he didn't see that? You can't tell me he didn't see that though.
Se vio algo en la tienda. Venga, vamos a ver. Vamos a la tienda.
It was literally sitting in the couch in the middle of the room. How did he not see that while he was turning around?
Vamos a la tienda. Vamos a... Venga. 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 Con unas cajas de refresco. Unas rejas. Unas rejas se cayeron. Miren. Se oye algo enfrente. Oigo un susurro. Un susurro.
Something knocks on the door.
It
Oigo un
was...
susurro.
Something.
Oh, what is the last thing?
Oigo un susurro.
What is there?
Something.
Se oye algo enfrente. Oigo un susurro. Susurro.
Was it right there? I don't know.
Knocks on the door. Objects have fallen on the floor. Exercise equipment is moving on its own. But creepiest of all, as Luan pans his camera around his living room, in one split second, he captures a shadow figure sitting on his couch. The same couch that was empty only a moment earlier. So what do you think is happening to Luan and his family? Is their home and store haunted by a dark entity? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Imaginary friend. TikTok user Genevieve Swafford claims that 4 years ago she recorded a video when she suddenly heard her young daughter Loralee talking to someone, even though they were the only ones at home at the time. Years go by, and eventually Genevieve goes back through her old videos and is shocked when she discovers that she might have actually captured what her young daughter was talking to.
Loralee, come here. Loralee, who are you playing with?
What the fuck?
Loralee, who are you playing with?
It looks like her own shadow though.
Loralee, come here.
Do you see that they walk exactly the same? But how is...
Loralee.
It could be her own shadow, but I don't really know how shadows work, to be honest.
Who are you playing with? What are you doing?
It does look a little bit odd.
Her mom Genevieve doesn't seem to see, but it looks like a shadow walks right behind little Loralee. Genevieve asks her daughter who she's playing with, but the girl has no answer. So could it be that Genevieve's house is haunted and her daughter could see the spirit? Maybe even talk to it? Or could this video just be an elaborate TikTok hoax. You decide. Caught on camera.
Could also just be someone in a black suit.
Caught on camera.
But I love that a picture of this exact girl is right left to her.
Caught on camera. TikTok user Chips and Chicken shared a strange video.
He got a lot of his clips caught on
She
camera.
explains that the video was captured by CCTV late at night in the 50-year-old building of a Union Center in California. One night, something triggers the building's alarm.
This part of
So
the
the
room
office
looks really
manager
creepy
goes
now.
to check the CCTV footage. He finds a truly chilling discovery that, as TikTok user Chips and Chicken put it, quote, freaked him out.
That's pretty big. How can we do that? Keep forgetting about it.
This looks like she's floating, Bob.
He does not seem terrified. He's like, that thing looks like it's floating. Oh.
Oh god, that gives me the creeps.
Yep.
A white figure can be seen hovering around the back of the building. Workers who watched the footage believe it might be the spirit of a Union Center member who had recently passed away.
This looks like the fakest ghost there is. This looks like a fucking cartoon ghost.
TikTok user Chips and Chicken is baffled by the footage. She says that all of the men who work in this building are elderly and simply wouldn't know how to fake something like this. So, is it real? Or is it just...
Oh my god, I need wind and water. When I finished this, I drank 4.5 liters.
Elaborate hoax. You decide. Afraid of ghosts. TikTok user and mother of two Jessica Duffy is not actually very active on TikTok, but there's one video taken by her Ring security camera that she just had to post. In the video, her two children can be seen joking about ghosts in the kitchen, quoting the Ghostbusters theme song. Now, I'm not sure exactly what started this odd conversation, but it seems like the ghosts might be listening. The two kids experience something absolutely terrifying.
Mm-hmm. This is too ridiculous to be creepy. Especially in the middle of the day, like everyone about this, everything about this just screams fake or prank. Yo, of course these children just run in there.
Kids experience something absolutely terrifying. I meant terrifying for them, because Jessica Duffy does not claim in any way that this footage shows anything related to the paranormal. It's very possible that this was simply a strong gust of wind that happened to pull the door shut at a comically perfect time.
Yeah, okay, that if it's really that would be amazing. That would be really sick. Oh, that would be so funny.
does it? Because only a few days later, something else happens that's a little harder to explain.
Even the dog is scared.
In another freaky turn of events, Jessica's ceiling fan in the very same room has a strange electrical short, causing loud popping electrical discharges and even a bit of fire, sending out a
Whoa.
thick puff of smoke. The next day, of course, Jessica calls in an electrician to prevent a dangerous house fire. Now again, this might not be anything paranormal at all, but it's certainly a very strange phenomenon to occur just days after her children decided to taunt, quote, ghosts in the house. Or, maybe it's just a very weird series of coincidences. As the name of this story implies, you decide. Caught
Too
on
good.
camera.
I believe those are two coincidences. But I think it's really funny though.
TikTok user Nina Enton shared a creepy video of her nephew, Emmy, on her TikTok page. In the video, the boy discovers the hidden nanny cam that's carefully placed in his bedroom to keep a safe eye on him. But what happens next is downright chilling.
I ain't scared of no ghosts. Ah! Oh, so good.
The terrifying face of what appears to be an elderly
Fuck
woman can be
me.
seen staring at the camera. Nina claims her nephew was alone in his room at the time of this recording. Now,
Fuck me. Why did I have to be so close to the camera? I'm literally drinking right now. That's literally what I was afraid of. That I might spill something. But this to me actually looks just like some sort of weird balloon. And I think he moved the camera exactly so that it hit the balloon and come back. This doesn't seem supernatural to me. But maybe it was sold as that later on.
fake or not, when I first saw this video, it freaked me out. So, either way, the video is definitely very creepy. But as for whether it's real or fake, as always, you decide. Unexpected appearance. TikTok user Lacey Nicole is a theater teacher at Sarasota High School in Florida. Lacey says that there have always been stories
I can't drink normal.
Shannon, a Victorian woman who is said to haunt the high school's theater. Back in 2007, during a high school production of Beauty and the Beast, many believed that Shannon the Ghost made a very unexpected appearance.
The fan ray thing was an emote. Oh my god, it's not shown in the chat. The emote is just caught like that. That's a sick emote, I love it.
And it was all captured on camera. The unexplained
What
apparition of
the
a woman in a
fuck?
flowing white dress can be seen floating 8 to 10 feet above the stage. Now, it should be noted that this was in no way a part of the play. So could this be the spirit of Shannon, the Victorian-era ghost that haunts the theater? Let me know what you think.
I sort of love the idea of a ghost haunting theaters. Either because they didn't make it there and always wanted to, or because they actually went there but died there or something.
Thanks for watching. Follow me on Instagram here. Follow me on Twitter here. And then, apparently there's also a TikTok? Oh. Anyway, I'll see you next week.
That is really terrifying. So, question is, do we want to play Five Nights at Freddy's and the other horror game already? Or do we still want to wait? So, wait a second. Let me check which videos I haven't seen already. So this one I haven't seen either.
Top 10 ghosts.
Caught on camera.
Ghost.
Wait, what?
Top 10 ghosts. Caught on camera.
Caught
Ghost
on camera.
Machine.
That's new.
These next two creepy videos appeared on YouTube over 8 years ago and were uploaded by YouTube user Marvin Kagawas.
Once you start watching these Nuke Top 5 videos, you really get addicted.
Marvin explains that after his grandmother passed away, strange, unexplained events began to occur in his family home. One night, he captures the terrifying activity on camera.
Alvin.
Oh my god, that thing is nostalgic. I love that thing.
Alvin. You ain't funny, man.
Did I see it? There was something right there. There it was for a second. Did you see it? There it is. Did you see it? No, mirror. Nothing in the mirror. Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter?
A toy that belongs
I did not see what happened there.
to Marvin's niece activates and plays songs by itself. Marvin is suspicious that his brother Alvin might be playing a prank on him and takes a look around the house. When he gets back to the living room, a lamp hanging from the ceiling is swaying back and forth.
Oh.
Marvin is just done, and he runs back upstairs to his bedroom. In another video, Marvin is playing around with the settings on his Xbox One Connect. He discovers the night vision feature and tries it out. What he captures is downright chilling.
Hey you guys, I just wanted to show you guys a pretty quick feature of the Xbox One and its Connect. It actually has a pretty cool night vision that I just found today. If you guys already know it has night vision, then I'm going to show the people who don't know. So, right now it's completely dark in this house right now. All you can basically see is my Xbox One controller. Now I'm going to switch on the night vision for you guys. As you can see, it lights up the whole room. It's actually a pretty cool feature. I don't know if they have an app for this or whatnot, but you also have this version of the camera. I don't know what it is. I think it's either infrared or something like that. And then back to dark. You can see all you can see is my Xbox controller, and then back to night vision. It's actually a pretty cool feature for the Xbox Connect that I haven't really heard of.
I don't know. Would anybody make a video out of that saying, oh, look at the Xbox Connect camera, it has night vision, which is so cool. I mean, I can see that you're impressed by it, but would you record that?
Until now,
Skeptical.
They have an app for it or something like that.
Skeptical.
But yeah, thanks for watching.
Someone or something can be seen standing in the back room, but Marvin doesn't notice. He turns off the night vision, and when he turns it back on, the figure is gone. Marvin says he has no idea who or what this could be. But interestingly, before Marvin's grandmother passed away, this room in the back was her sewing room.
Oh, that's creepy.
Marvin says his family moved shortly after this incident. So is it a ghost? I leave it up to you to decide.
I don't know, it's so creepy when it's really person and it's really people. Imagine ghosts are doing their thing that they did when they lived still. And are accidentally caught. That's so creepy just. I don't know. It's so creepy. I guess it's even creepier when you really know that person. And then you know they died, and then you see them on camera. That would be so fucked up and creepy.
Hands off. This next video shows a family spending a fun day at the park somewhere in Japan. A young boy dips his feet in the water of the wading pool and trudges along the edge. But there's something else in the water.
But also it could be his mother or anything. Maybe in the clip before was his mother just being in the kitchen. And he didn't know it, and he didn't know it when he recorded it. And I mean, she was sort of behind obstacles. And was just barely showing. And when he switched, she could just move to the left a little bit and just not be seen anymore.
Did you see it? A tiny little pale hand can be seen reaching out of the water, startling the little boy as he quickly gets out of the wading pool.
I know this clip as well.
Now, some superstitious viewers of the video believe that the hand belongs to a Japanese amphibious water sprite known in folklore to be a kappa. Though often depicted as friendly, throughout history the little water monsters have been said to lure and drown victims in ponds and rivers. So could this little hand belong to a kappa? Or could this be something else entirely? I leave it up to you to decide. Screams from the woods. Twitch streamer Young is a South Korean college student living in Vancouver, Canada, where he streams his daily life and frequently broadcasts his walks throughout the city. Late one night, Young is live on Twitch when he encounters something that sends chills down his spine.
Hitler Pro raging at Fortnite.
Guys, this is scary. This is actually scary. I'm actually scary. What if the animal comes out?
Yeah, but someone wrote in the chat, yeah, it's an animal for sure. And I can see that. Some animals really sound really weird. Like, it's definitely an animal.
Why is the animal following me?
Walk faster, bro.
Faster.
Strange loud screams and wails can be heard coming from the woods all around him. Young and his live audience are undecided on who or what this could be. Some think it might just be animals. Some believe it's drunks whooping it up in the forest. And some even think it could be a cult or witches. But what do you think? Let me know down in the comments. The light in the mirror. Reddit user
I'm starting with the light in the mirror.
Related a very strange story. He said that he woke up one night to a strange light shining somewhere in his bedroom.
I don't know why I
When he
paused for that.
scanned the room for the light source, he got quite a fright. You see, the light was coming from his desk lamp, but not the one on his.
Quite a fright when he turned on the light. That was a poem, dude.
Desk. It was the one in the reflection in his bedroom mirror. He grabbed his iPhone and caught the strange event on camera.
Yo. What the fuck?
Now, skeptical viewers claim that it was simply an identical desk in a connecting room, separated by a doorway. But Donat proved them wrong by posting 2 wide-angle pictures of his bedroom, showing that the lighted desk lamp was actually appearing in a large wardrobe mirror. There is no connecting room. Reddit users went to work examining the video, and they found what looks like a bizarre face in the reflection of the desk.
What the fuck?
Bizarre face in the reflection of the desk with examining
Jesus
the video.
Christ, that
No
came out of
connecting room.
nowhere.
Reddit users mirror. There is lighted desk
I
lamp
didn't even notice that.
actually appearing.
Jesus Christ, how do you see that? I mean, when you enhance it, of course, but oh my god. That is so fucking creepy.
In a large wardrobe mirror. There is no connecting room. Reddit users went to work examining the video, and they found what looks like a bizarre face in the reflection of the desk.
He just zooms in like so. Damn. That really scared
When
me.
the video is enhanced. But Donat says that he saw nothing else out of the ordinary that night. Donat rechecked the mysterious mirror for several nights afterward, but the strange light never reappeared.
That is so weird and creepy. Imagine seeing that afterwards.
Now, it bears noting that Donat Shepard is in no way a typical hoaxer or even a believer in the paranormal. In over 5 years and hundreds of Reddit posts, this is Donat Shepard's only post about anything remotely supernatural or paranormal. So, what do you think? Did Donat experience an unexplained event? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Doppelganger. Now, this next video was originally uploaded to TikTok, but the account has now mysteriously disappeared. TikTok user Jay Van Gogh says that his mother was taking care of his nephew one night when the boy ran over and claimed that he saw a child that wanted to play with him. But, bear this in mind. Jay Van Gogh says that his nephew was the only child in the house that night. They check the CCTV footage, and they find this.
There's something moving there. And the door is opening and the child is coming out. Great.
The little boy backs out of the room and seems a bit startled as he looks up at something that we can't see. The light flickers and he walks away, but something seems to follow him. Whatever it is appears to look like him, with dark hair and a white t-shirt. The small figure goes back into the room, and the boy suddenly decides to follow. Now, some believe this apparition to be a doppelganger, a demonic entity taking the similar form of a child. But what do you think this could be? And why did the TikTok account suddenly disappear? Waking up to a nightmare. Now, this next video was sent in by a viewer who found it online. The clip is chilling, but unfortunately, the source is unknown. It shows a man sleeping in bed, and then things get weird.
Jesus. What?
The man is lifted off the bed and awakes in a terrified panic. Then something invisible seems to violently grab his legs, lifting him right up into the air as he desperately tries to get away. Whatever is holding on to him then just lets go. The man crawls to the edge of the bed and appears to be in shock. Now, I don't know who this guy is or whether the footage is real or fake, but it has terrified hundreds of viewers who found it online. So, what do you think? Is it real, or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
I mean, his reaction certainly seems real.
You decide. Hospital of Horrors. Paranormal investigators Kevin, Fabio, and cameraman Alexis from the YouTube channel Archivo Extinto head out to explore an abandoned maternity hospital in Mexico. The sprawling property is said to be the home to many powerful supernatural entities. Locals say that the hospital is haunted by the spirits of mothers and children who lost their lives in childbirth. It is also said that a dark demonic presence stalks the building. Some even claim to have seen the gloomy apparition of an old nurse roaming the hospital halls. The Archivo Extinto team splits up to explore different paranormal hotspots throughout the maternity hospital. Kevin sets out to film inside the hospital's chapel. Meanwhile, Fabio investigates the operating rooms on the other side of the building. As Kevin explores the hospital's chapel all alone, he experiences something downright chilling. Kevin hears knocking coming from somewhere in the hallway. He goes to check it out, but when he turns back toward the chapel, he realizes that the robe that was hanging from one of the chapel pews has now moved and is on the floor right behind him, almost as if something was following him. Meanwhile, back over in the operating ward, investigator Fabio is all alone. He begins to hear terrifying noises coming from the operating rooms. The sounds seem to be getting closer and closer.
Fuck. Scared me.
Fabio is horrified as the loud, angry bang scares the living out of him.
Not just out of him.
Now we go back to the chapel again, where investigator Kevin decides it might be a good idea to say a prayer in the hopes that nothing evil will follow the team home from the hospital. He angles his camera towards himself and begins to pray. His camera captures something truly terrifying.
Familia, en este momento voy a sentarme a rezar porque están empezando a pasar muchas cosas. Y no quiero que nada de lo que pueda haber en este lugar se me pegue o se vaya conmigo o con nadie del equipo de Archivo Extinto. Voy a dejar prendido la radio.
Kevin's walkie-talkie begins to freak out, emitting random static and sound. Then, as Kevin prays, something or shape can be seen forming right next to him. The creepy apparition appears to be leaning over Kevin, but then it moves away and seems to slowly disappear right into the floor. Soon after this, Fabio radios in and says that he's had enough of the creepy noises over in the operating rooms. He says that he has a bad feeling that something might be coming to harm him. The team decides to end their investigation right there and head home. So did the investigators capture proof of ghosts in the old hospital? Could it be something even worse? As always, I leave it all up to you to decide. You can watch this full 2-part investigation of the abandoned maternity hospital with even more paranormal encounters that I didn't show here over on the YouTube channel Archivo Extinto. Exploration gone wrong. TikTok and YouTube user Eon Jin from Colorado sets out to explore an abandoned nursing home, completely alone. As you might imagine, it did not go well. Someone or something appears to be lurking in the darkness of the abandoned nursing home, and Eon Jin makes a run for it. After calming down and watching his footage, he gathers his courage and asks a friend to go back and explore the nursing home with him. And surprise, again, it did not go well.
I'm not seeing anything. I swear I saw something down there. Zoom in a little bit more.
It's so incredible how this happens multiple times when they revisit the place. Then it happens again a lot of times.
Trying to. Right there, right there, right there. See it? Remember? What the? Oh, what the? I saw that.
What the hell is this?
Oh, what the?
What the fuck? What is this marker? I literally don't see anything. It just looks black to me.
That was actually a person. Bro, I'm not joking. Let's get out of here. Come on. Hold on. E-man? No, dude, that's
Oh, yeah, now you're scared that there's...
That's actually a person. I'm not joking. It's actually a person.
You sure?
Yes. I can heal him down now. Like,
I can't hear anything, dude.
you're an idiot.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not. It ain't 200%. But walks past again, it's a real person. I don't trust this place, man. This place is...
Sure it is.
Tell you what.
Alright, well then let's get out of here.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, we're just gonna keep recording back that way. See if like they start running or something.
If he does, I have this. I'll throw it at him. Whatever it is.
Oh, there's nothing there. Alright.
I know I saw something, and I know I'm not crazy.
Just like
Dude.
last time, a dark figure comes out of the shadows and then disappears back into the darkness.
Dude, I didn't
Last
see
time,
anything.
A dark figure comes out of the shadows and then disappears back into the darkness. Eon Jin's friend does not seem to take him seriously at all, until whoever or whatever it is comes running towards them, screaming like a maniac. The two friends make a run for it and manage to escape the abandoned nursing home unharmed. Now, even if this is not a ghost or anything paranormal, if this is just some creep hiding out in an abandoned building, well, to me that seems pretty scary too. But what do you think about these videos? Man or ghost? Real or fake? I leave it up to you to decide.
This really does look creepy. I mean, just the thought of just a person living there. It's scaring the living shit out of people.
Scary friend. Joe Hernandez from Goleta, California is home alone with his 4-year-old son Nico when his son begins to see something that he calls a quote, scary friend.
Scary friend. Scary friend.
Chico claims he sees a, quote, scary friend, and soon after the hallway light turns on by itself. Joe goes to check it out but finds nothing and no one that could explain what just happened. Meanwhile, back in the bedroom, the closet door slams shut on its own. Could it be that Joe's son saw a paranormal entity? A, quote, scary friend?
I don't know. Maybe these two rooms right there are connected and someone from outside turned a light on and then they went to the other room. Or maybe just another person outside turned the light on and then did the thing with the door.
I leave it up to you to decide. The suspicious screamer. A seemingly normal...
But when it's like so easy to face, it's all fake, it's like always... It's also like, for me at least, more of an indicator that it's real. Because if you were to fake something, you would fake it so that it's believable. But also they might want you to think that, I don't know.
Night in Phoenix, Arizona turns into a horror show for TikTok user Oscar, who is outside hanging out with his cousin when he hears something truly bizarre. A woman screams out for help as she seemingly walks calmly down the street in front of Oscar's home. Oscar and his cousin think the situation is a bit sketchy and quickly go inside. Oscar says that he had only moved into the neighborhood 4 months earlier and ran inside to keep his 14-year-old cousin safe. A bit later, a strange SUV drives slowly down the road in front of Oscar's house. Oscar believes the woman might have been a decoy to lure someone out onto the street to get robbed, or maybe even worse. He called the police, but he never heard back. But what do you think was happening here? Why would someone be walking so calmly, yet seemingly screaming in abject terror for help?
Oh my god, that's really creepy. Jesus, I might have been, maybe I would have fought for that. I think I would have really run towards her and be like, what the hell, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? If this is just a bait, then I'd be fucked. This is really creepy.
Another bonus.
Oh, this situation is just so horrible itself. Just hearing somebody scream in agony, and I wouldn't know what to do. I mean, I would sort of look and maybe search for other people to help, call the police, but still, if I don't know, it's creepy. No, not creepy, but like terrifying just to think that maybe something is happening to a person.
Scary video this week, and again, it's another Japanese video of unknown origin. Now, this didn't make the top 10 because, again, it's just a little too perfect. So it could be a short film or maybe an ARG. Either way, I thought it was extremely creepy. So the story goes that two guys are visiting a Japanese shrine in a neighboring town. And then, this happens.
そろそろかさあの辺だとねこの辺あそこだあそこかえ来ているよ入ってくる
I don't know what's weirder, the woman or the people filming her, because so far they didn't even know if this is just a normal woman or if it's a ghost or anything.
この人なんていいのすごい怖かったね。暗っ。うわ超怖い。あの人いなくない？ね。どこだあの人。
It's even weirder that they think this is just a normal woman and still follow her, filming her. At night.
か。オッケー。なんでそんな薬もどけんだろうね。
Yes. Sure. Mm.
神崎
Thanks so much for watching.
This is such a weird clip. So, Nuke's top 5. Great channel. But the last video, like, come on. See? Yeah, last one was a little weird. Okay. Do a little break now. And after that, Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know how long the break will be. But I need a break now.